never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Iran's aerial attack inside Israel this weekend is stirring fears of a wider regional war in the Middle East. President Joe Biden saying the U.S. will not support an Israeli counterattack against Iran. Iran's state-run news said Saturday Iran had launched over 200 drones and missiles, most of them intercepted by the Israeli and U.S. military. Iran launched the strikes in retaliation for Israel's earlier attacks that killed a top Iranian general at their embassy in Syria. Back in the U.S., House Speaker Mike Johnson and former President Trump convening at Mar-a-Lago Friday to discuss election interference. USA's John Schaefer.
Johnson emphasized the link between election integrity and border security, citing concerns that the Biden administration's policies may enable illegal aliens to register for benefits.
Well, guess what? When you go to a welfare office, they also ask you if you would like to register to vote.
He announced plans to propose legislation mandating voters to provide proof of American citizenship.
Hunter Biden is going to have to face federal gun charges. USA's Corey Myers tells us why.
A judge in Delaware has denied his attempts to dismiss 3 federal gun charges, making it more certain that a trial will happen this summer. Attorneys for Hunter Biden argued that an immunity agreement tied to his plea deal is still in effect. But the judge argued that the contract required approval from a probation officer, and the probation officer never signed off on it.
If you haven't filed your 2023 tax return with the IRS yet, most filers have until 11:59 p.m. Monday, April 15th. Some, however, do get an extra day or two if they live in Maine, Massachusetts, or Washington, D.C. due to observed holidays. This is USA News.
I'd like to introduce you to our new sponsor, Get the Tea. Get the Tea carries all-natural, non-GMO organic teas and supplements made in the USA. Get the Tea's ingredients are the purest available. My favorite is Life Change Tea. Life Change Tea is a gentle daily cleanse containing 12 herbs that, when combined, really keep things moving. I drink it every day, and my energy has never been better. I'm feeling great. Life Change Tea comes in 3 delicious flavors: natural, peppermint, and pomegranate. It's an easy and delicious way to keep your digestion on track. And for those on the go, try D365. D365 is Life Change Tea in a capsule. Drink the tea or take D365 capsules and keep your digestion running smoothly. Go to getthetea.com and enter discount code USA to get 10% off any size order. That's getthetea.com, discount code USA for 10% off your order.
A young girl is dead. 7 other people, including 2 children, are wounded after a shooting at a family gathering in Chicago. Police reported as many as a dozen gunshots at the gathering Saturday night. A 7-year-old girl killed, while a pair of boys, ages 1 and 7, are in critical condition. Investigators think it was likely a targeted shooting. The issue of abortion took center stage in a case before the Iowa State Supreme Court this past week. Lawyers for the state of Iowa arguing in favor of a recently passed fetal heartbeat bill there, banning most abortions beyond 6 weeks. Iowa Solicitor General Eric Wesson presenting the state's case.
In Planned Parenthood 2021, this court recognized that there is no freestanding right to provide an abortion.
Attorney Peter Ehm representing Planned Parenthood.
Autonomy and dominion over one's own body go to the very heart of what it means to be free. That's what's at stake in this case.
Drug shortages have reached an all-time high in the United States. During the first 3 months of 2024, there were 323 active medication shortages. Some of the most concerning involve generic injectable medications, including cancer chemotherapy drugs and emergency meds. Some hospitals and clinics reported being completely out of supply. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Then, would you look at the clock there? We crossed over the midnight hour, and we close out the weekend. Yes, indeed. Hope you had a good weekend. Welcome back. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio. What a beautiful day we had Sunday. Clear skies, 66 degrees outside the Hot Shot Secret bunker at this hour. All things considered, not a bad night. Most of the country looking good for moving that freight. Yeah, the one exception would be, for the most part, Pennsylvania. We'll say central and southern Pennsylvania. showers, thunderstorms at this hour extending from, well, right about Allentown. Rain should be moving in. Heavier rain down toward Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Stormy conditions back to Altoona and all the way back into the Pittsburgh area. A little disturbance moving through the region there. Aside from that, as I said, most of the country looking good. All's quiet in the southeast and south central USA. That will be changing as we get the new week started. From there, you've got to get all the way back into eastern portions of Idaho. And it's just mostly lighter rain from, say, Idaho Falls, a few spotty showers extending down around the Salt Lake City area, and southward all the way into St. George, Utah. But that's very light rainfall, not really going to slow you down. Do see a few showers east of Reno there in Nevada, and another cluster of shower activity. Nothing exceptional, nothing reaching severe levels in northern Idaho, and you may find a few spotty showers there in parts of Montana, but yeah, for the most part, not a bad night. So here we go. Let's kick it off here. Roll it into the greatest day of the week, Tax Day. Yeah, who spent hours behind the keyboard taking care of business over the weekend? Today, 15th day of April, is what we're making our way into. So you've got till technically 11:59 p.m. Monday night to get those taxes filed. There are a few states, Maine, Massachusetts, Washington, D.C., that actually get an extension, an extra day, because Monday today would be observed holidays in those states. But I did mention, well, let's start off with our traveler's weather. Not a bad night tonight, but a service of Big Daddy Walker Productions. Now, we're going to be talking about some changes, a powerful storm that brought some late-season rain and snow to California. It's kind of quieted down right now, but it's going to regather and re-strengthen as it rolls east of the Rockies. AccuWeather forecasters warn the severe weather threat will include the potential for tornadoes, large hail, powerful wind gusts, and flooding rains once again. Yeah, we saw temperatures really begin to soar to near record highs over the weekend across the plains ahead of that approaching storm. So you've got the combination of the warm, increasing humid, and of course the jet stream that may trigger explosive thunderstorm development across the Great Plains beginning late Monday. So it's kind of the calm before the storm right now. An influx of moisture coming out of the Gulf of Mexico. Later today, Monday, severe weather threat will bring the risk of isolated tornadoes, flooding rain, damaging winds. Now, this thunderstorm risk could be further elevated to start the week. Today's peak may be during the nighttime hours in many metro areas across the plains, Monday night into Tuesday morning. And that always makes the outbreak risk more dangerous at nighttime when many people are sleeping. You can't see the storms coming. So have your NOAA weather radios activated, or nowadays everybody with the smartphone, you have your weather apps. Make sure the battery's fully charged and your weather alerts are enabled and audible on your phones. Now, areas that sit squarely in the risk for severe thunderstorms will include Wichita Falls, Texas, Oklahoma City, and Wichita, Kansas. As the storm and the trailing cold front make their way to the east on into Tuesday, that severe weather zone will shift right along with it, spanning from southern Arkansas all the way to the western Great Lakes in the upper Midwest. Another round of potentially life-threatening thunderstorms will track across the midsection of the country. So again, hail-damaging winds, even a few tornadoes in places like St. Louis, Chicago, Memphis, Tennessee. As that storm draws in more moisture northward, we will be watching for a corridor of heavy rain across the central and northern plains, as well as the upper Midwest between Monday night and Tuesday night. could see some minor flooding, some fieldwork delays, and travel issues expected in places like Sioux Falls, South Dakota, some of the surrounding rural communities. This system will also feature some powerful winds across the plains and the Midwest as it sweeps through a wide swath of 40 to 60 mile per hour winds from eastern Arizona all the way through the Central Plains today. We're looking at a zone of 60 to 80 mile per hour gust in the mountainous terrain and the adjacent high plains of New Mexico and Texas. And that would be why we have high wind warnings through much of southern New Mexico, red flag warnings, actually, which is part of the wind event, all the way from western Nebraska. Again, so you got eastern Colorado, western Kansas, the Oklahoma-Texas Panhandle region, much of New Mexico on down into western portions of Texas. Looks like the severe thunderstorm risk could continue right into midweek this week across portions of the Midwest, focusing on the Ohio Valley. The risk may not be quite as high as previous days like Monday and Tuesday. Forecasters are going to keep a close eye on the evolution of this storm and the associated severe weather risks there as we get a new week underway. All right, so we close out the weekend. It turned out to be just a beautiful day. The family all got to participate in the Haverkamp Foundation, the 5K walk and run. Started things off on the cool side early Sunday morning in the 50s, but with plenty of sunshine. Walk time kicked off like about 9 o'clock in the morning. We were in the 60s by that point in time, and it got almost downright warm, middle and upper 70s, as we got into the peak heating in the afternoon. But what a great crowd that showed up, raising tons of money for the Haverkamp Foundation. Yesterday's walk was kind of focused on celebrating 100 canines since the inception of this program that has been delivered to various departments throughout the region. There were dozens and dozens of canine officers from all over the region, including young Stephen, my son, with Stryker. And he was really having a heyday. He was enjoying himself out there today. Meanwhile, it was it was toward the end of the race. We were kind of wrapping things up, and my grandson says, "Hey, Papa, somebody has one of your shirts on." I look up and Steve Summers Overnight Drive. I said, "They do? Hey, how about?" And then he had a Hot Shot secret. I said, "I got to see who this is." None other than Debbie and Woody, a.k.a. the Woodpecker, who chimes in. They actually rode their bike down from Indianapolis to participate there this past day. It was great to put I knew what you looked like because we're friends on Facebook, but it was good to see you there. Got to hang out for a little bit, watch the canine demonstration. It was pretty. The highlight this year was they actually brought in a helicopter as part of the demonstration to drop off a canine unit to apprehend the suspect out in the field. That was pretty cool. Up close and personal with the law enforcement helicopter. So again, beautiful day it was. Hello to Philly Dan. It is that time again. Hope everybody had a great weekend. You as well. Arizona window truck southbound on I-35. Everybody have a good night. Heading on over to the northeast, there's Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down 63 degrees at the New York-New Jersey state line tonight. Hello, Pappy. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour and the greatest day of the week. And somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust is the Hot Shot secret hidden bunker. As Steve throws the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna, the Stiction Eliminator power mic is on. The overnight drive about to be hammered down. 67 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Beautiful day in the tri-state. Warmest day of the year so far, as a matter of fact. And it was a great day to take a walk with your favorite canine, Stryker. Looks like they're calling for partly sunny, high of 82 for Monday. All right, snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Let's get this party started. Or you can do like Big Ed. You can't find them, grind them. Are you with me? You know, we actually had to make the flip over. The furnace hadn't been running much, but I did actually flip on the AC this past day. It was getting a little toasty in the house. Change of the seasons. I'll take it. Hello to Marianne. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight family out there. On down the line, Rubber Duck. What's happening? Home unsupervised. Uh-oh, the boss is in Florida all week. I'm all we get. Stay out of trouble there, Rubber Duck. He's bacheloring it this week. All right. Copy the mail, 5-7. There's Kevin. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Another week. And here we go. Dave McIntosh, good morning. God bless. Brain Dead, hello, Steve. Happy Thursday to me. It's a chilly 70 degrees at Memphis International Airport. Beautiful night, huh? It has been a crazy weekend here with what's going on with the police. I saw that. Yeah, lost a Memphis officer over the weekend, and the suspect is dead. Another scenario where an individual, the perpetrator, the bad guy, for all practical purposes, had no business being on the streets. We'll give you more on that coming up here. Sad. Well, it's a typical hurry up and wait at the warehouse kind of night tonight. I'll check in later on this morning. Norman checks in from north central Kansas. The coffee's brewing, the tipper's warming up, getting ready to head to Wichita. Everybody have a good morning. Reverend Hundo here in Mitchell, South Dakota. Hoping y'all have a blessed ride this day. Still got a couple of them fighting the flu bug. Looking for some pretty good rains here, they tell us, on Tuesday. Timothy, hello. Been off of Facebook all week. Nice 62 degrees here in Rocky Mount. Very good. And there's Vernon. Hello, Steve. El Paso, Texas, checking in. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, a brand new week underway, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, I suppose we should do first things first, right? Seeing as it is the greatest day of the week.
Happy double-barreled greatest day of the week. This is a double-barreled one. I mean, tax day on a Monday, how much better can it get?
Oh, boy. You're glutton for punishment.
You get yours all done?
I got all my paperwork. I got my paperwork submitted, if that counts.
Well, I guess so. I got mine done. I'm a happy camper. I had them done, I don't know, about a month ago, I guess, for the first time in a long time.
Yeah.
We usually do an extension, and then from procrastinating mostly.
Right.
I don't have a house or anything like that. No deductions. I don't know what we procrastinate so much for. Saw a report that there's no red tide yet down here, so I guess it's okay to drink the water, but I don't think I would be. I know what's in that water. But I'm surprised we're not at war yet.
Yeah, where are we going with this? What do you think? Yeah, I mean, it's...
I don't know. What does somebody got to do to be bad enough, I guess?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the back and forth, the tit for tat. I mean, do you think Israel's actually going to sit back and not respond? Could get ugly.
Everybody wants them to not retaliate anything. I don't know. Doesn't seem like they have our support, which isn't a good thing. So, did you watch the Masters? Well, you were out walking. Did you make the walk?
No. I was there. I was on. I probably walked 3 miles anyway, walking back and forth. I mean, it's just to the car and everything. I mean, hell, you had to park a mile away to get to the damn thing.
You were tired by the time you got to the starting line, huh?
Exactly.
Yeah. So that Scotty Scheffler won the Masters, second time in 3 years.
Yes, I did get to tune into some. I tuned in a little.
11 or 12 under.
I tuned in a little bit each day, but yeah, it was. I mean, I guess all of his competitors really just they fell off in what do they call it? Amen corner. Everybody struggled there.
Yeah, I guess so. I watched, like you, I watched a little bit of it each day. It looked like there at the end there wasn't any competition, even close. I think 4 or 5 back was the closest one. Bill won the race at Texas today. Him and Byron were 1-2. Keselowski was 3rd. I don't guess I've got anything else, but I appreciate you taking my call. Appreciate what you do for us out here.
Well, I appreciate you being on board here on the greatest day of the week. All right, Captain Ron, have a great day. Yeah, the headline says, unflappable American Scotty Scheffler, claiming a second Masters title in 3 years this past day. The world number one holding steady, while his biggest challengers self-destructed, making their way through the infamous Amen Corner. There's a reason it's called Amen Corner. Scheffler was the Green Jacket winner in 2022, started the day with a 1-stroke lead. It was tight getting things started, right, as it was pretty much all weekend. Over the twice major winner, Colin Morikawa, posted a final round of 4 under 68, finishing 11 under for the week. 4 shots clear of the Swedish young gun Ludvig Aberg. Aberg closed with a 69 to take solo second spot, capping off what they said was a sensational Masters debut there. after tumbling down the leaderboard with double bogeys at 9 and 11. American Morikawa recovered with birdies at 13 and 15, helping secure a share of the third place with compatriot Max Homa and Britain's Tommy Fleetwood. They were all at 4 under par. But yeah, 11 under for Scheffler. You never know going into that final round at the Masters how things can change on the leaderboard in the blink of an eye, and they indeed they did this past day. All right, we'll give you more on the scenario out of Memphis. 3 Memphis police officers were shot, 1 fatally. This is going back to kick off the weekend Friday. That also killed an 18-year-old suspect. The interim Memphis police chief who joined the force in 2020 was killed. The interim police chief, C.J. Davis, said Joseph McKinney joined the force in 2020. 1 wounded officer was in non-critical condition at Region 1 Health. The other wounded officer was treated at the scene. He was grazed, according to the local WHBQ. Apparently that officers responded to a call of a suspicious vehicle at about 2 o'clock in the morning. The occupants of that vehicle opened fire as soon as police arrived. So that's how it all started. Again, more coming up there. Right after a news break first, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Civil War is taking the top spot at the box office this weekend, although its take is small compared to earlier blockbusters this year. The dystopian thriller earned over $10 million from opening day and preview screenings. After topping domestic charts for 2 weeks, Godzilla x Kong: The New Empire will come in second after making $3.9 million on Friday. Where should you retire if you want to live in America's best suburb? USA's John Schaefer has the answer.
According to a recent survey, Brentwood, Tennessee is the top suburb for Americans to enjoy their retirement years. Old House Reviews has ranked the top 10 suburbs nationwide for retirees. Following Brentwood, Winchester, Nevada secures the second spot.
Those who have yet to file their 2023 federal income tax return have until 11:59 p.m. Monday, April 15th. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
President Biden recently released a massive $6 trillion budget, the largest budget in U.S. history. And guess who pays the bill? That's right, you, the American taxpayer. American citizens and business owners will be paying more taxes. That's a fact. And if you owe back taxes, they will be coming after you to collect payments. In fact, President Biden also hired thousands more IRS agents to go after you. If you got a letter from the IRS and you know you owe back taxes or you haven't filed in years, don't put your head in the sand. Call us today. We've saved our customers millions of tax dollars. One quick, free phone call will show you how we can reduce your past tax bill and save you thousands. Guaranteed, or you pay nothing. Call now.
800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. That's 800-511-6046.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Thank you so much. Good to have you on board. It is 844-844-3388. Yeah, greatest day of the week. It's a Monday. Hello to Buckeye Boy. Checking in from Sarasota, Florida tonight. It's a pleasant 67 degrees. We're about as warm as you are. It's been beautiful here the last 3 days. Played some golf on Friday, Saturday. Yeah, got my pickup completed this past day. Decided to stay another day since I don't deliver in Manalapan near West Palm Beach and Boca Raton until Wednesday. And the hotel was actually cheaper here, so very disturbing. Iran's attack on Israel. Yes, indeed. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Henry says 70 degrees here in the waterlogged city of Pittsburgh, PA. Yeah, you've had a lot of rain, haven't you? Yes, indeed. Gregory, 53 degrees, Roseville, California tonight. Hello, Glenn Smith. Good morning, everybody. Stay safe. The one and only Crip Shot in the house. Going to be a great show as always. Well, thank you very much. That's kind of you, Crip Shot. Meanwhile, back to Memphis. Okay, so it's 2 o'clock in the morning. So this is like while we were, broadcasting live Friday. Yeah, Brain Dead was out there delivering the groceries. The incident happened like 2 a.m. When they arrived, suspicious vehicle, they immediately opened fire. Now, it gets even more infuriating. The vehicle stopped again after a short pursuit, at which point both suspects were taken into custody, then sent to the hospital in critical condition for gunshot wounds. The 18-year-old suspect who later died had been arrested just last month on auto theft charges. At the time, that suspect had an illegally modified semi-automatic weapon. He was released without bond. The second suspect, 17 years old. A statement says the men and women of the Memphis Police Department are hurt right now As chief of police, I'm hurt right now. Once again, senseless deaths in our community by gun violence. We're not just concerned about our officers, we're concerned about the public in general. Now, this could have been anybody. We're just really disturbed at the boldness and the use of weapons in all these different situations we're seeing in our community here. Now, we have a family that's grieving now. We have a wife that's grieving now. We have the family of the suspects that are grieving. As a community, we can do better, according to the chief. We have to ensure parents know where young people are at 3 o'clock in the morning. We need to work as a community to do whatever we can to reduce gun violence. All right, according to WHBQ, it's only been slightly more than a year since the last Memphis officer was killed. February the 18th of 2023, Officer Jeffrey Redd was killed there in Memphis as well. Senseless. It is 844-844-3388. Plenty to cover under industry headlines. Where are the prices at the pump going to go? Boy, it's all bets are off now. We've been talking about the geopolitical concerns, the Middle East. Of course, if things move to the next level, and that is the big concern right now, will Israel respond to Iran's weekend attack? Now, I can tell you this much at this point in time. In an interview with Sky News this past day, Israeli President Isaac Herzog said, Israel is, quote, considering all options, describing the attack on Israel as a declaration of war against Israel. He said, now because we are restrained, because we know the repercussions, and because we have deliberations with our partners, we are considering all options. I'm quite confident we will take the necessary steps to protect and defend our people. We are not war seekers. He emphasized the attack Saturday night was just another example of how Iran operates by spreading havoc, terror, and instability all over the world. He said it's about time the world faces this empire of evil in Tehran and makes it clear to the Iranian regime this cannot pass by. This is not acceptable. On this side of the pond, House Republicans will be convening this morning, changing their agenda. They will be meeting regarding Iran's attack over the weekend with Israel. Let's see. Jake Sherman posted that the discussions among Republicans will be regarding Iran's attack on Israel and defense supplemental funding. Over the weekend, Saturday, House Majority Leader Steve Scalise said the lower chamber will be changing their schedule to funding for Israel. Now, in light of Iran's unjustified attack on Israel, the House will move from our previously announced schedule legislatively this week to instead consider legislation that supports our ally Israel and holds Iran and its terrorist proxies accountable. So suddenly it's very prudent, the need to support our ally in Israel. We had former, Supreme Allied Commander General Wesley Clark this past day, who says, and this has been the talk, of course, of all the Talking Head programs, he said it would be very surprising if Israel does not retaliate against Iran's drone and missile attacks, even though Iran was essentially blocked in getting their weapons to strike their intended targets. I think most all these drones and missiles were shot down due to the Iron Drone defense system. Israel's deterrent rests on the ability to dominate escalation. So I think Israel's not going to sit back passively and just say, hey, a good defense is enough, he says. Israel's defensive moves were great. I don't think Israel wants to rely as much on the United States as it needs. Now, you've already seen the convolutions between American politics and what Israel has to do in Gaza. Now, Israel feels that it has to be able to dominate the field and cap off any escalation. That means it'll be very surprising if they don't come back and penetrate Iran, either with missiles or aircraft, and take out some significant targets. Said he doesn't think Israel's response will be a kind of a Clint Eastwood, make my day kind of moment on their nuclear capabilities. As Israel and Iran are so far apart, a lot of the nuclear stuff has been dispersed. It's underground. I'm not sure that Israel has the deep penetrating bombs and warheads necessary to take out their underground facilities. You probably couldn't do it anyway with assurance unless you actually landed troops and checked it afterwards. Yeah, the real beneficiary of this attack, this back and forth, is Russia. This is a distraction from the war in Ukraine. You can be sure Russia was consulted as part of this, and Russia's willing to risk the Iranian nuclear program, no doubt about it. Now, meanwhile, even with sanction in play, Iran and their proxies like Hamas are still getting money from the United States, despite sanctions that have been put in place. Iran also gets money by selling electricity to Iraq through their hook and crook, various other means, but they still want American money. Further, Iran's economy's in real trouble. They're wrecking their social security system. The military's not being paid. Inflation is rampant. Taxi drivers can't get the passengers to pay their rates. And this has brought a classic situation where a dictator, when he's having trouble at home, starts a war abroad to try and rally support. This has been a very familiar pattern. Iran also still able to sell oil despite the sanctions. It's going to countries like Oman, where it's repackaged and doped up a little bit and then sold to people willing to take it. Meanwhile, the Biden administration has unfrozen money to Iran. But that's got to stop. We got to recognize where we are. This is not business as usual. This is not the post-Cold War, where we can be noble and nice and naive and get away with it. Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, they're all lining up against the United States, and they are willing to use force. Where do we go next? And where do oil prices go? Kind of curious to see when the markets open overseas. And I have a sneaky suspicion we may see a big bounce in oil prices just out of fear of what may be coming up next, right? All righty, double truckers, 67 degrees, beautiful in Lodi tonight. Driving a slower truck till mine's fixed after camping out on the shoulder a day last week. Anyway, looking forward to the news tonight. Are we going to be getting drafted for World War III at 52 years old, right? All right, we'll get back to your calls ahead. Plenty of room on a Monday. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. emissions. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So, as I mentioned, CNBC reported literally just several hours ago that you could see what they refer to as a super spike in oil prices. Oil prices could soar to 100 per barrel and beyond, according to Market Watchers, after the Iran attack on Israel over the weekend. Iran is home to vast oil resources, the third largest producer in the oil cartel known as OPEC. Any disruption in their capacity to the global markets could send oil prices higher. Markets will also closely monitor for developments or closure of the Strait of Hormuz, the key choke point that sits between Iran and Oman, through which 20% of global oil production flows on a daily basis. Now, any attack on an oil production or export facility in Iran could drive the price of Brent crude to 100. The closure of the Strait of Hormuz would lead to prices in the 120 to 130 range, according to Andy Lipow, president of Lipow Oil Associates. Of course, by now most should be aware, Iran fired over 300 drones and missiles on Israel Saturday night. The first instance of Iran launching a direct military attack on the Jewish state. Now, the vast majority of drones and missiles were intercepted, according to the Israeli defense spokesperson. Did say a 10-year-old girl was severely injured by shrapnel, but amazingly, there were no other casualties. Iran's United Nations mission declared that following the aerial attack, the matter can be deemed concluded, in their words. Warning, however, their response would be considerably more severe should there be further Israeli retaliation. This is the whole cat and mouse. Where did things go? Oil prices actually traded slightly lower in early morning trading in Asia this morning. The global benchmark Brent crude is at $90.17 per barrel, down like 31 cents. West Texas Intermediate futures down 44, trading at $85.28 per barrel. So we'll just see where things go. Obviously, it's the proverbial powder keg we're watching there in the Middle East. Wow. So we get a new week started. How was your weekend, Eagle? Good morning.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I'm still working this weekend. I'm gonna be off. I'll be off next weekend. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get to Talladega, but I'm gonna be at home and watching on TV. They raced Talladega. I listened to the Texas race today while I was driving. In Texas, sounded like it was a pretty good race on the radio. I looked at some of the highlights on the video after I got to the truck stop tonight. Looked like it was a little bit of, looked like it was a decent race. It was better than what they had last week. Chase Elliott won, the Chevrolet won again. So that I'm always happy when they win. Ford still hasn't won a race this year, so that's a good thing. Chevrolet dominating the year. Well, Hendrick is dominating. I think they got 3 wins with Byron and 1 with Chase. So yeah, they got the good thing going at Hendrick right now. So hopefully they can keep that going. Like I say, I'm trying to make that money right now. It's I've been hearing a lot of bad things about the trucking industry, Steve. A lot of companies going out of business, and with this deal going on with Iran, the prices of fuel might skyrocket to $5, $6, $7 a gallon. I heard California, they always get screwed in California, but they're getting hit real hard in California, and it's gonna get even worse. I'm not gonna say nothing because I want to comment about something. I'll probably call in later tonight to talk about this situation with this guy in Iran, because I got some things to say about this guy that you see with the glasses and the towel on his head. I got some things to say about him, but I'm not going to talk about him right now. Believe me, I'm not happy with that guy, so I'll keep that for a little bit later. But the thing I want to talk about tonight, Steve, man, unfortunately, you went over the Memphis deal. Another cop has lost his life in Memphis. I mean, a lot of people get offended when I say things about Memphis, but everything I say about Memphis is true. It's basically, like I say, it's one step below New York City, if that's possible. Memphis, like I said, Martin Luther King would be ashamed, Steve, if he went to Memphis and seen the condition of what that city is in. I'm talking about Memphis has a lot of blacks that live there, and it's a shame the way the blacks conduct themselves and do business in Memphis. Dr. Martin Luther King would turn over in his grave if he saw what was going on in Memphis. I'm appalled at what I see in Memphis. It's disgusting. Now, let me say this, Steve. Every time, I'm going to say this before I get started on this situation. I may have to go a little bit over the next, because this situation, I've talked to you about this so many times over the years, Steve, and it looks like I'm going to have to make the same speech again. Okay, now, about it, the incident took place in March the 21st in Chicago. Okay, but the police is just now releasing the video.
Right.
Okay, a black man was shot 96 times by the police in Chicago. Now I'm gonna say this right quick, Steve. Like I've been telling you for years now, because I know your son is involved with the police enforcement, and God bless your son. Hopefully, he never has a problem like what's been occurring around America. But I've told you this before, Steve. If I was a police officer in America right now, due to the fact that you have no support from the cities or the mayors or a lot of governors around the country, I would turn in my uniform, my badge, my gun, my car, and whatever the hell they gave me. I would turn it in tonight, not tomorrow morning. I would turn it in tonight. And the reason why I say this is because of what occurred in Chicago, which is another death trap, another democratically run city. I've been talking about this for years, Steve. Just this past, over the weekend, at least 25 to 30 people are gunned down in the streets of Chicago. Every weekend, people are losing their kids. Just yesterday morning, an 8-year-old girl was gunned down by a stray bullet. She was minding her own business, playing in her backyard. Some gangbangers came by, drove by, and started shooting. Now, 8-year-old girl got hit in the head. Now she's dead. Now, I want to say this, Steve, to get along. Now, I'm going to say that all these things could be avoided, Steve. I want you to go take a look at this video, because this video is on YouTube. Maybe you can look at it during the break. Okay, they got a black motorist in Chicago that was stopped by the police. Okay, now, you could clearly hear the police officer. It was a white lady, a white officer, female officer, walks up to this black gentleman's car and tells him to roll the glass down, to unlock the door, and get out of the vehicle with his hands up. The man refuses to obey the woman's orders. He refuses all attempts There are 4 or 5 officers yelling and screaming at the guy to open up the car door, to roll the glass down. So he had dark tint on his windows. You couldn't see in the vehicle. They don't know if the man had a gun or not, which it turns out he had a gun. Okay. As the lady is yelling and screaming at this man to open the door, the guy reaches into his passenger seat and pulls out a gun and starts firing at the police officers. Police officers start running, and they take position behind cars, and they start firing at this individual's car. Over 90 rounds were fired at this individual. I don't know how many hit this man. Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, I don't see how the guy escaped. I've looked at the video over and over. It looked like he should have been hit by some of the bullets when this incident first occurred, but somehow this guy still managed to get out of his vehicle and try to make his way to the rear of the vehicle.
Correct. And right there, let's pause for a news break as we close out hour number 1. All right, a Monday coming on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update, I'm Tim Berg. The IDF says it intercepted roughly 300 missiles and drones launched from Iran Saturday. President Biden condemning the attack in a statement Saturday night, just days after calling for the United States to support Israel ironclad. White House National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby joins Fox News Sunday and was asked what's next for Israel.
Well, I think first we need to see what the War Cabinet decides in terms of the whatever next step they want to pursue, and that's a sovereign decision, of course, that our Israeli counterparts have to make. But I don't think you can look at what happened last night in any way, shape, or form and not come away convinced that the president meant every word he said, ironclad commitment.
This as there is still a lot of limbo on Capitol Hill. A new foreign aid package for Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan is being finalized. South Carolina Republican Congresswoman Nancy Mace talks about the measures soon to be pushed in Congress.
On the one hand, this week, we're going to pass aid and resources for Israel. At the same time, the House Armed Services Committee, for example, is negotiating the National Defense Authorization Act. I'm talking to our leadership about ways that we can ensure we don't embolden terrorism around the world, that we aren't providing aid or resources or equipment, lethal or non-lethal, to countries that align with Iran.
40 million people from Ohio to Connecticut remain under the threat of severe weather. On Monday, severe storms from Texas to North Dakota will build up with excessive rain warnings. They'll then move east and threaten damaging winds and flooding from southern Wisconsin to Louisiana. 4 people are in custody in the disappearance of 2 women in Oklahoma. Veronica Butler and Jillian Kelly have been missing now for over 2 weeks after a vehicle they were traveling in was found abandoned in a rural part of Texas County. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The House has voted to pass an amendment to Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, or FISA, which would no longer require a warrant to spy on communications between foreign nationals outside of the United States and U.S. citizens. Kentucky Republican Senator Rand Paul says he remains opposed to it and that House Speaker Mike Johnson should not have voted for it.
Americans shouldn't be spied on by their own government. The Fourth Amendment was put in by our founding fathers to protect us. FISA doesn't obey the Fourth Amendment. And so Speaker Johnson was incredibly wrong. He broke the tie. He voted with the Democrats. Here we have the leader of the Republicans in the House votes with the Democrats against a warrant requirement. We also have Speaker Johnson voting for the spending package, once again with the majority of the Democrats.
That audio courtesy of Fox Business. The majority of Americans have until Monday night at midnight to complete filing their state and federal taxes. Missouri Republican Congressman Jason Smith says that one of the key promises of Bidenomics does not appear to be materializing this year.
His budget does that. His budget raises taxes more than $7 trillion on people making less than $400,000 will also see a tax increase.
Some households may receive a higher tax return this year, although the rate is an adjustment for inflation. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
So much, and all right, here we go. Hour number 2. Get the new week underway. Close out the weekend. I know they go by mighty fast, don't they? As always, as we get the new week started, it's 844-844-3388. This hour, under industry headlines, we'll break down yet another cargo theft in Philadelphia. Continuing this trend of thieves striking while drivers are parked overnight. I'll give you the latest there. And very interesting new academic research revealing just how vulnerable electronic logging devices are to cyber attacks. Yeah, made by hacking into a truck's system in seconds while actually driving alongside the vehicle. That's pretty scary. Modern technology, right? So we'll get to those. Now, we left off there. We were chatting with Eagle. We're back to the the Chicago shooting, where, yes, after the individual, he started firing shots at officers. Somehow he ended up out of the vehicle and ultimately behind the car when the gunfire stopped.
Yeah. Let me say one quick note before I get back to the Chicago deal, Steve. Down in Texas, maybe you can report on this later. At first, when I heard about it on Friday, I thought it was a terrorist attack. They had a guy, it was a black gentleman. He applied for a driver's license in a town not far from Houston, and he was denied a driver's license to drive a commercial vehicle. So they say he stole a truck. I don't know where he got the truck from. He stole the truck and drove the truck through the damn DPS, Department of Motor Vehicles building down in Texas, drove the 18-wheeler truck through the damn building, and I think one person got killed, and I think 15 or 16 people got hurt in this deal. It happened on Friday. When I first heard about it, I thought it was a damn terrorist attack, that they had, used the vehicle to crash into a building. But it turned out that it was the guy who was denied a license. Maybe you can go in on that a little bit later tonight. But getting back to Chicago, Steve. Okay, now how the hell this guy survived the barrage of bullets that went into his where he ducked down in the seat? I don't know. But somehow I thought the guy was dead. The police had stopped firing. The next thing I know, you see the guy. He tried to put the car in gear and tried to drive off, but apparently they had him blocked in. So after he couldn't move the vehicle, he decided he was going to jump out of the car and make a run for it. And as he was making a run for it, they opened up on him. The police, one guy, you could clearly see one of the officers, he shot his damn gun until he ran out of bullets. He was trying to insert another clip in his gun, revolver, or whatever they use to shoot more rounds, and he ran out of bullets. But like I say, as this guy was laying on the ground, the one officer continued to shoot to make sure the guy was dead, I guess. But like I said, Steve, now you got his mother who's on television over the weekend crying, saying that the police murdered her son, and the lawyer that's representing her blatantly lied about it. He said that her son got out of the vehicle with his hands up and never resisted arrest, was nothing but a bold-faced lie. Because you can clearly see in the video he wasn't obeying orders, and he fired the first round at the officers. And now I want to ask you a question, Steve, and other people, maybe they can answer. I've asked you this question before in these type of shootings. What is a police officer supposed to do when somebody shoots at them, or when they refuse to obey? Are they supposed to just hit one guy that they interviewed said that they should have just let the guy drive off? So because he doesn't want to cooperate with the police on a traffic stop, you need to just go ahead and let him drive off into the sunset. Is that what's supposed to happen?
According to some, yes.
It just amazes me, Steve, that people would say something so stupid. This guy has apparently broke the law. They say he didn't have a seatbelt on. In case those people didn't know that it's against the law to drive a vehicle without a seatbelt on, whether they think so or not. That's why he was stopped. So, like I said before, it makes no sense, Steve. This guy, first of all, it goes back to those gun laws. They always talk about Illinois got the strictest gun laws, but this guy here shouldn't have had a gun to begin with. He was already in trouble with the law, Steve. This man, that's why he was trying to run. That's why he was resisting arrest to begin with. So these gun laws, Steve, we've gone over this before. Gun laws don't stop bad people from getting guns. The guy in New York City that shot that cop 2 or 3 weeks ago, he had been arrested over 21 times.
Yep.
And he should have been under the damn jail, not in jail. This guy down in Memphis, same situation. He had been in and out of trouble with the law. Now you got another police officer dead. Gun laws don't stop bad people. Bad people will go get a gun one way or the other, Steve, whether they got to buy it off of the street, whether they got to buy it off the internet, or whether they're going to get a gun one way or the other, and it's not going to be legal 9 times out of 10. So the only person that these gun laws stop, Steve, is people like me and you, good people, good law-abiding man that just want to protect his wife and kids and his family. It stops you from having a damn gun, not the bad guys. So all these idiots, you don't have perfect examples over the last couple of weeks to show people that gun laws do not stop bad people from getting guns. This guy here was a bad guy in Chicago. All he had to do, Steve, was comply with the orders of the officers, and he would be alive right now. He chose not to do that, so now you see the scenario. Now, was it overkill? Maybe it was. Nobody deserves to be shot 96 times. But like we've been talked about this before, these guys are hyped up, Steve. You got adrenaline. You got a guy firing at you. One officer, as a matter of fact, was hit. One guy got hit in the arm. One of the Chicago police got hit. You're full of adrenaline. You got a guy firing. You don't know which way them bullets are coming. You don't know which bullet is gonna hit you. You just trying to save your life and your other officers' lives. So these guys are firing their guns. They trying to eliminate the source of the man had a firearm, and they're trying to get this man apprehended or disarm this man. So like I said before, he brought this on himself, and his mother, all the crying and talking bad about the police is not going to do nothing. She needs to go look at the video, and she will clearly see that her son broke the law. And hopefully, Steve, you could take a look at this video, because it's one of the saddest things I've ever seen in police and law enforcement, to see a man get gunned down that many times. But like I say, he brought it on himself. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. Have a good one there, Eagle. Yeah, we were headed out for our Friday evening dinner. And my mom said something about a truck driver, a tractor trailer, had run into a building. And I said, oh, that was at a Kroger store. Because that had happened earlier in the week. And I thought that was obviously what she's talking about. Because she didn't know what the building was. And it turns out, no, this was a separate scenario. So, last week, 2 separate incidents of someone in a big truck plowing into a building. This time it was Brenham, Texas. Ramming an 18-wheeler through the front of the public safety building where his renewal for a CDL had been rejected. So now 1 dead, 13 others injured. The intentional crash into the single-story brick building. This is a rural town outside of Houston, Texas. Littered debris in the parking lot, left a gaping hole in the entrance area. The crash obviously damaged the front of the tractor trailer, which was hauling materials on a flatbed. After crashing into the building the first time, he had actually backed the truck up with the intention of smashing it again before he was detained, according to the mayor. Unfortunate. We're gathered for a really senseless tragedy, according to the mayor. The driver, identified as 42-year-old Clenard Parker. He was yanked out of the truck by authorities at the Texas Department of Public Safety office. Now, they said he did not resist arrest when he was taken into custody, but obviously now could be facing multiple felonies. And, of course, there's a dead person and 13 injured. It was Thursday of last week. Parker was told by employees at the office that he would not be eligible to renew his CDL. They did not elaborate on why his renewal was rejected. One employee in the building was trapped for a period of time after the crash, but no one who worked at the driver's license office suffered serious injuries. It's not clear where the person who was killed was located at the time of the crash. But details from FreightWaves and the Associated Press do say 2 people were flown to a hospital in Bryan, Texas, and another to Houston. 3 were transported to local hospitals and later released. The other 8 were actually treated at the scene. This guy, Parker, lived in Chapel Hill, about 10 miles east of the crash site. After being held without bail Friday at the Washington County Jail on 2 initial charges, suspicion of evading arrest, causing serious bodily injury, and unauthorized use of a vehicle. Not clear if Parker has a lawyer or would be appointed one at a future court appearance. The jail's website at this point, press time, did not list an attorney or pending court date. They did not divulge any details. Does this individual have any criminal record? The investigation is ongoing, he said. Now, I said, we're also investigating whether his actions might be considered an act of terrorism. We're trying to figure that out. All right. According to the mayor, we're blessed more weren't injured in this act of violence. He said that a fire department official told him Parker had veered to the left and succeeded in striking. If he had veered to the left and successfully struck the building again, there would have probably been a collapse of the building, resulting in more injuries and possible death. Okay, Texas Rangers are going to be leading the investigation in that scenario, but all right, I don't know. Was he maybe on the drug and alcohol clearinghouse list of a failed test or something of that nature? We were talking rather in depth about that last week. That could be what had prompted them not to allow him to renew his CDL at that point in time. That'll all be coming out in the coming days. But all right, we'll return in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, on a Monday. Ah, yes, the greatest day of the week. It's 844-844-3388. Let's see what's happening with Pup this morning, I do believe. Morning, Pup.
Oh, nothing. I'm just sitting out here babysitting my little bird house here. Or greenhouse, I should say.
Babysitting the greenhouse, okay.
Getting my tomato plants ready to go for this year. Hey, Steve, on that Iran deal,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Iran. They gave them like 65 hours notice that they would be launching them. They launched 300 missiles and
drones.
What was it? They got like 85% of all of them knocked out of the air. I don't think there was any casualties or anything. And they don't want any big conflict and stuff. So, but what you and Eagle were talking about, that guy was going to back up, and he was going to go back into that going DMV office again.
Correct.
And thankfully, the police officers got him out of there and stuff. And I text Pappy earlier and stuff. I hold those police officers and your son in high regards. I mean, my gosh, if we didn't have them, it'd be lawless.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just a great thing that they do what they do. So how was your weekend?
Had a good weekend. It was rather short as usual, but had a beautiful day for the 5K yesterday. Good crowd. It's so cool seeing all those canines out there together at the same time.
I bet it would be. Are they all German Shepherds or what are they?
Nah, there's others. I mean, a lot of German Shepherds, and what's the other one? I can't remember. The one that got the bigger ears.
Labs or?
No, not the lab.
Bloodhounds?
Well, they've got some of that too.
Like the bloodhound types? No? I bet that would be pretty cool.
It's pretty.
So did you take a shortcut?
Yeah, I watched.
Did you take a shortcut to get to the finish line?
I watched everybody depart, and then walked back out to my car and smoked a cigarette, and then came back out I just hung out with my son for a little bit there, and some of the dogs and whatnot. That was about it. So, but yeah, beautiful day, good crowd, good times. It is 844-844-3388. All right. We know in this day of everything connected, everything to the cloud, to the internet, the Jeremy Daly, Associate Professor of Systems Engineering at Colorado State University. He is no stranger to truck cybersecurity. He co-founded the Cybertruck Challenge back in 2017 and has since published numerous research papers related to the topic. But his latest research exposing a rather alarming truth, which is some electronic logging devices are really easy to hack. Along with research assistants, Daly wanted to know how the ELD mandate is affecting cybersecurity for trucks. Researchers found that not only could they could access a truck's accelerator pedal by simply driving by, but also could infect a fleet of trucks with malicious malware by hacking into just one ELD. For this experiment, Jepson was able to take apart an ELD. He did some reverse engineering this. He found that the default Wi-Fi password, he found that right away. And from there, spent several months developing a malicious version of the ELD's firmware. Now, he spoke to Landline magazine. He said this was his first time reverse engineering a device and admitted a more experienced hacker more than likely could exploit other vulnerabilities a whole lot faster than he could. Their next task was to infect a truck, which proved remarkably simple. With only a laptop and a Wi-Fi range extender, they drove alongside a moving 2014 model Kenworth T270, and in just 30 seconds, they were able to access and infect the truck's ELD with malicious firmware that allowed them to slow that truck down. Yeah, the driver of the Kenworth said it wouldn't speed up no matter how hard he pushed down on the pedal. It ain't going nowhere. Now, in this scenario, the researchers decided to slow down the truck for safety reasons. However, they just as easily could have forced the truck to speed up. And with access to the truck's operating system, a hacker could access other functions as well. Now, as if hacking one ELD weren't bad enough, Daly and his team were able to infect several trucks by initially infecting just one. The malicious firmware included what researchers called a truck-to-truck worm. An ELD infected with this firmware can scan for nearby ELDs. Once a vulnerable one is identified, the truck-to-truck worm can spread that virus. The newly infected ELD can repeat the scanning process, increasing the range and the viral spread. This process could allow a hacker to infect an entire fleet of trucks that are close together. You know, think of a truck stop or a rest area. And truck yards, they would be prime targets. Now, they said although only one brand of ELD was used, the researchers pointed out that manufacturers, for the most part, are using similar technology. We'll pick up there with more, and back to your calls at 844-844-3388 following a news break.
USA News Update. Civil War is taking the top spot at the box office this weekend, although its take is small compared to earlier blockbusters this year. The dystopian thriller earned over $10 million from opening day and preview screenings. After topping domestic charts for 2 weeks, Godzilla x Kong: The New Empire will come in second after making $3.9 million on Friday. Where should you retire if you want to live in America's best suburb? USA's John Schaefer has the answer.
According to a recent survey, Brentwood, Tennessee is the top suburb for Americans to enjoy their retirement years. Old House Reviews has ranked the top 10 suburbs nationwide for retirees. Following Brentwood, Winchester, Nevada secures the second spot.
Those who have yet to file their 2023 federal income tax return have until 11:59 p.m. Monday, April 15th. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
President Biden recently released a massive $6 trillion budget, the largest budget in U.S. history. And guess who pays the bill? That's right, you, the American taxpayer. American citizens and business owners will be paying more taxes. That's a fact. And if you owe back taxes, they will be coming after you to collect payments. In fact, President Biden also hired thousands more IRS agents to go after you. If you got a letter from the IRS and you know you owe back taxes or you haven't filed in years, don't put your head in the sand. Call us today. We've saved our customers millions of tax dollars. One quick, free phone call will show you how we can reduce your past tax bill and save you thousands. Guaranteed, or you pay nothing. Call now.
800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. That's 800-511-6046.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, it's tax time. Tax time, 15th of April. Tax day. Well, maybe, how about a little tax relief? I'll try to help you out a little bit at Hot Shot Secret. Right now through April the 26th, I believe it is. It's the Tax Break Bonanza. If you buy a bundle over $50 value, they'll toss in a free Hot Shot Secret Richardson hat. Use the coupon code TAX24. Again, that's underway now through the 26th of April. Other promos, what do we have going on around the country at some of our various retailers? Pilot Flying J locations. Buy two 32-ounce everyday diesel treatments. You'll receive 800 My Rewards plus points. Again, at Pilot Flying J locations. And Love's Travel Centers now through April 30th. What do we get? Buy two Diesel Extremes. 64-ounce bottles, you'll receive 1,000 My Love Reward points. Some of the deals going on at retailers around the country. So here we are into already the 15th of April. And we're ready for, I guess, round number 2. Now, it was the Outlaw Diesel Super Series that kicked things off here at Florida, a weekend before this past. Coming up this week, April 19th and 20th, we'll be headed out to the biggest truck show in Arizona, Firebird Motorsports Park in Chandler, Arizona, for the National Hot Rod Diesel Association, Desert Diesel Nationals, as they refer to it. There you go. Big time. Have more on that. The next round for the Outlaw Diesel Super Series is also coming up this weekend as well. Same dates. So if you're out west, you can go to the NHRDA Desert Nationals. This weekend, it'll be the Rudy's Spring Truck Jam. That's the Outlaw Diesel Super Series, the largest diesel event on the East Coast that'll be taking place at Rockingham Dragway in North Carolina. Again, the 19th and 20th of April, coming up in just a few days. All right, we left off, we were talking about the ELDs. Let me kind of finish up there. Now, we know there are hundreds of ELDs available out there, but the research paper reported there are relatively few distinct models. Essentially, companies are kind of rebranding ELDs, rendering devices pretty much clones of each other with minimal variations. Consequently, vulnerabilities that might be present in one brand of ELD could very well be present in many other models as well. Another point of concern is the lack of regulation regarding ELD cybersecurity. Devices must meet technical specifications before registering with the FMCSA, but the manufacturers only have to self-certify. The National Motor Freight Traffic Association has issued a list of recommended security requirements for ELDs, and it appears those recommendations appear to be pretty much ignored. I said I could say very confidently that if that guidance had been followed from the industry, we wouldn't have been able to demonstrate these exploits that we had developed. Now, the researchers reached out to the ELD manufacturer before publishing the research. Daly said the manufacturer worked with him and his team to try and develop a firmware patch to address the vulnerabilities. So, lastly, what can you do? What can truckers do to secure your truck? They said there are some measures truckers and fleet owners can take to mitigate cybersecurity vulnerabilities. First and foremost, you need to keep your ELDs updated. Just like our smartphones, ELDs may require periodic security updates that could include patches for newly discovered vulnerabilities. And if truckers have access to the device's Wi-Fi password, you should change that to a stronger password. Daly also believes in the power of the free market. If those in the industry, especially the large fleets that buy in bulk, purchase only highly secured ELDs, that would force the makers of the less secure ELDs to pretty much sink or swim, as he put it. The good news is the industry has been responding well to cybersecurity concerns in recent years. And the truck used in that experiment was a 2014 Kenworth. In other words, a 10-year-old truck. In the past decade, truck manufacturers have improved security measures in their systems. But, very interesting stuff. But how you can hack into one device, one ELD, and it could potentially sweep through the parking lot at a truck stop or a rest area out there. Okay, back to the calls on a Monday morning. Brain dead. Happy Thursday.
Hey, Steve, you might want to fix your phone. You're really garbling on this end of the line.
That would be, I guess, when you're on hold, it's garbled, or?
Yeah. Even right now, you're garbling out. I think I'm talking to Pup here for a minute there, but.
So you think we might need a phone reset? Is that what you're suggesting?
Whatever it takes, because you're really garbled out,
Okay.
even on hold and even right now.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. How's it sound on the on-air side? Let me see. This is just going to kind of hang up on you for a moment, but we'll do the reset thing. Okay. Click of the mouse. Ready to connect. Connect to show now. Okay, it should come back momentarily, and we'll see where it goes. This is the message I get.
Web interface.
Audio recording.
Is on.
There you go. Okay, so maybe give us a call back there, Brain Dead, or there he is. See if that's any better. Take two. Did that make a difference?
Mucho better, Steve. There for a minute I thought I was talking to Pup, but, then I had to look at the phone number. But, no, I heard you had a good weekend. I spent most of the weekend over my ex-wife's house fixing her sewer line. So, But, yeah, it's all about a crappy job, but somebody got to do it, right? I catch crap on both ends. So.
It's not a job I envy anyone having to do.
Nah, you know what? It's like my uncle who passed away many years ago told me, he said, the two things you need to remember about plumbing, crap rolls downhill and paydays on Friday. Mm-hmm. That's the only two things you need to know. But,
there you go.
No, you were mentioning about that. You mentioned about the Kroger truck to your friend the other, about going through the front of the building. The next town up I went to, and I saw a buddy of mine that works there overnight, and I backed up to the dock, checked to see if I was okay in the dock for him. And he said, hey, did you hear about the truck that went through the Millington store? I said, yeah. He said, man, that's about crazy, wasn't it? I said, yeah. But you know what the difference is between that guy and us? He said, what's that? I said, we know how to use the back door. So, but anyway, I live in Memphis, and there's more to the story that's not being said. To your son, Stephen, and to Pappy and all these police officers, I do not know how you guys do it these days. My hat's off to you. I salute you. You got my ultimate respect. The one thing, too, Stephen, you can ask Dingy One. I hate listening to the news because anything like this pops up. It's either white person this, black person that. What the hell does race have to do with it?
Right.
Just tell me dude's name, tell me what he did, and let's move along. Because the racism is out of control because of this crap. I don't need to know race. I don't care if dude's white, black, or purple polka dotted. If he went out here and smashed into a business and, that's all that matters. I can see the mugshot and make the connection as to what race he is.
Right.
That, I wasn't born at 9 and sure the hell wasn't last night. But the thing, though, too, about this, and they're not telling you, that car matched the description of a stolen vehicle earlier that evening. The officer spotted a vehicle and was trying to, there's the word I'm missing, trying to figure out what's going on. Now, that kid, you said, was released on ROR, or released on recognizance, no bond. They gave him a bunch of conditions. How many criminals do you think, Steve, are going to honor those conditions of the bond? They got a curfew. They have to be in by this. They ain't going to do that. Hell, they stealing guns. They're smashing into businesses. What the hell does that matter? The reason the shootout came is because he knew if he went back to jail, they're going to revoke his first bond. They're going to leave his butt sitting in jail, and he wanted to go out and go partying with his other thugs. I mean, his buddies.
Yeah.
That's all these kids are, thugs. Steve, go on one of the news sites here. I think it was sometime last week. Guy's work pickup got stolen. It had an inward-facing dash camera. There are kids that were 10, 12, 13 years old at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning joyriding around in this stolen vehicle. Yes, I did not say 18. I said 13. I said 10.
Wow.
Joyriding around in a stolen vehicle. Yes, the crime is out of control because District Attorney Steve Mulroy needs to be thrown out of office. We elect him. There are a lot of people in this city demanding he be thrown out of office because he may not say it, but actions speak louder than words. Look at all those smash and grab robberies that happened. Oh yeah, you know what? You poor pitiful thing. You grew up without a father and a mother. Oh, just go on and have a good day. Even though you stole $10,000 in Nike shoes, just go on and have a good day. Amy Weinrich, the last district attorney, had a set of stones on her that this kid would not be walking the streets. he'd have been in jail.
Right.
He would have simply been in jail. Mulroy's comment said, well, the bond commission said that he should be released on no bond. Excuse me? There is no such thing as a bond commission, sir. I'm going to call bull duty on this. Okay? But the young officer was 27, if I remember right, and he had only been on the force like 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, 20.
He started working at a Chick-fil-A here. And my honest opinion, any officer that loses their life is sad. It honestly is. It really is.
So what about, you mentioned the 10, 12, 13-year-olds. That's kind of what the mayor was alluding to. Where are the parents of 10 and 12-year-olds out there joyriding at 3 o'clock in the morning?
If I remember my stats right, Steve, and you have that new website called Google, because I can't do it while, bebopping down the road. If I remember right, 1 in 4, or 25%, of all black families are a black mother or a black father. There is no 2 parents anymore. None. So when you got a single mom out here that has already put in, a 12, 14-hour shift,
yeah, and
goes to bed, she doesn't know what little Junior's out here doing. And on top of that, and me and I can't remember who it was over the weekend, we got to talking about the cost of living. The cost of living down here is high. Just for a 1-bedroom, 1-bath apartment in a decent area of town is like $1,100-$1,200 a month. And if you're working 40 hours a week and bringing home $800, you've got to work a second job as a single mom.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of the dads around here, and I'm not throwing any color out there, broad brush here, most of the dads around here are deadbeats. Most of them are deadbeats. They don't want to pay. So you got mama over here working 2 jobs to support this youngin', and you got dad over here that's a deadbeat that could, care less. It's not hard to figure it out. And I'm not saying that these people should live in a, $800 a month slum, but it's just trying to maintain life. There's no accountability. I mean, it's honestly insane down here, Steve.
Mm. Well, aside from that,
I got your Southern.
I was going to say it's your Friday. Got your Friday Eve here. So, are you making plans for the weekend?
Yeah, I got to do this nasty 4-letter word. Oh, 2 nasty 4-letter words, Steve. Move and work.
All right,
me and Dingy One are moving across. Yeah, me and Dingy One are moving across town. But Steve, I got your Southern Fried Sports coming later on in the evening. I got to get on down the road here. But yeah, just it's insanity what goes on here. I mean, I'll be honest with you. The people here want to fix the crime in the city. I don't know how to fix it. I'll be honest with you. I mean, do this if you can. If I remember right here, a couple of months back, Steve, the mayor of Memphis, this current mayor, held a summit with the gang leaders in the city about trying to have a ceasefire and a treaty. Think about that for a minute, Steve. But
wow.
I got to get in the store and dump these groceries off.
All right.
Talk to you later.
A ceasefire and a treaty between the gangs. Okay, that ain't going to happen. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration stains. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, in Philadelphia, yet another cargo theft. Have you noticed there's been a bit of a trend occurring here? Indeed, a trend of thieves striking while drivers are parked overnight. Last Wednesday, police responded to a reported theft from a refrigerated truck on the city's north side. Officials said the trucker, who was asleep in the cab at the time of the theft, was woke up by the shaking trailer. And the thieves made off with the loot, which was, in this case, 56 cases of pork, valued at over $12,000. A driver told police the thieves fled in a silver Lexus SUV. However, officials said it was likely only one of the vehicles used to transport the stolen goods. As of Friday afternoon, no arrest had been made, but this is the 37th reported incident in Philadelphia this year already, many occurring during the overnight hours as truckers wait for their morning deliveries. Captain Jack Ryan of the Philadelphia Police said they're asleep in a lot of cases. The refrigerated trucks make a lot of noise. Last month, police investigated a cargo theft where crooks made off with cases of bourbon, along with seafood from a pair of trailers parked overnight. January, thieves pilfered 4 pallets of frozen meat, valued at about $20,000, from a truck parked overnight in the same part of the city. The rise in cargo theft, particularly from trucks parked overnight, underscoring the issue of the lack of available safe truck parking in Pennsylvania. According to the Transportation Advisory Committee, there's a shortage of about 4,400 truck parking spaces across the state. Now, they said this inadequate number of available spaces results in about 1,100 trucks parked nightly, either on the shoulder of the highway or ramps. This past fall, the committee voted unanimously in support of H.R. 236, which would direct the Joint State Government Commission to conduct a thorough, comprehensive study of truck parking. Why is it always another study? Studies. There's a lack of parking. The hell with the study. Why don't you do something to appropriate some funds and figure out a way to create more safe, secure parking areas? Okay, we want to give these drivers the dignity to be able to park somewhere safe to take their 10-hour break. Somewhere where they'll have access to facilities to wash their hands and use the bathroom, right? Maybe grab a bite to eat. Aside from that, just somewhere to safely park, not along the interstate where they can get a good night's rest so they can get out there and do their job, right? According to the Pennsylvania DOT, there's about 11,600 truck parking spaces available throughout the state at private truck stops, the Pennsylvania Turnpike service plazas, and PennDOT rest areas and welcome centers. So even with those numbers, apparently still woefully shy of the number that would be needed, right? All right, we'll get back to the calls coming up here. Carl's on board. Let's see, Senior Heatwave, I do believe. And on down the line, we will roll into a Monday, tax day. And I also mentioned in the first hour that the suggestion of fuel prices continuing to rise. Now, this was prior to the weekend attack of Iran and Israel, which is putting even that much more upward pressure on prices. But they take a look at John Kemp is an energy analyst at Reuters News. And scouring through the investors, he said portfolio investors have amassed one of the largest bullish positions in U.S. gasoline futures and options since prior to the COVID pandemic, anticipating that prices will continue climbing over the next few months. What are they thinking? We'll give you more as we roll on into the early hours of a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Iran's aerial attack inside Israel this weekend is stirring fears of a wider regional war in the Middle East. President Joe Biden saying the U.S. will not support an Israeli counterattack against Iran. Iran's state-run news said Saturday Iran had launched over 200 drones and missiles, most of them intercepted by the Israeli and U.S. military. Iran launched the strikes in retaliation for Israel's earlier attacks that killed a top Iranian general at their embassy in Syria. Back in the U.S., House Speaker Mike Johnson and former President Trump convening at Mar-a-Lago Friday to discuss election interference. USA's John Schaefer.
Johnson emphasized the link between election integrity and border security, citing concerns that the Biden administration's policies may enable illegal aliens to register for benefits.
Well, guess what? When you go to a welfare office, they also ask you if you would like to register to vote.
He announced plans to propose legislation mandating voters to provide proof of American citizenship.
Hunter Biden is going to have to face federal gun charges. USA's Corey Myers tells us why.
A judge in Delaware has denied his attempts to dismiss 3 federal gun charges, making it more certain that a trial will happen this summer. Attorneys for Hunter Biden argued that an immunity agreement tied to his plea deal is still in effect, but the judge argued that the contract required approval from a probation officer, and the probation officer never signed off on it.
If you haven't filed your 2023 tax return with the IRS yet, most filers have until 11:59 p.m. Monday, April 15th. Some, however, do get an extra day or two if they live in Maine, Massachusetts, or Washington, D.C. due to observed holidays. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A young girl is dead. 7 other people, including 2 children, are wounded after a shooting at a family gathering in Chicago. Police reported as many as a dozen gunshots at the gathering Saturday night. A 7-year-old girl killed, while a pair of boys, ages 1 and 7, are in critical condition. Investigators think it was likely a targeted shooting. The issue of abortion took center stage in a case before the Iowa State Supreme Court this past week. Lawyers for the state of Iowa arguing in favor of a recently passed fetal heartbeat bill there, banning most abortions beyond 6 weeks. Iowa Solicitor General Eric Wesson presenting the state's case.
In Planned Parenthood 2021, this court recognized that there is no freestanding right to provide an abortion.
Attorney Peter Eam representing Planned Parenthood.
Autonomy and dominion over one's own body go to the very heart of what it means to be free. That's what's at stake in this case.
Drug shortages have reached an all-time high in the United States. During the first 3 months of 2024, there were 323 active medication shortages. Some of the most concerning involve generic injectable medications, including cancer chemotherapy drugs and emergency meds. Some hospitals and clinics reported being completely out of supply. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And at that point, we we say welcome back or welcome aboard another hour. Here comes Monday. Yeah, the greatest day of the week. Thank you, Captain Ron. And we'll get right back to the calls here. Carl, how you been?
I'm okay, Steve. Good morning. Thank you for taking my call. I recently had a VA hospital visit there where I had a cyst on my forehead removed, and it was probably as big as a large peanut, but they're going to be testing it, so it's been out for a week now, so I'll probably receive some information about that this week, maybe. But other than that, we've got a lot of problems, you know. This business here with Iran is really, really getting to me. I think that it's been coming for quite some time, and Israel is not going to let this go unchecked. They're going to eventually get around to it, and maybe sooner than later they'll just go ahead and do what they need to do with Iran. But this morning I was watching the news, Sunday morning. Mm-hmm. I was watching the news on the George Stephanopoulos tower there, and Donna Brazile. I'm sure you're familiar with her, the lady who is ultra left, and she wants to complain about ultra MAGA. Well, she has got some kind of nerve because Reince Priebus was on there explaining on the situation with abortion. Okay, and 6 months and more. The left wants to still murder the children. Okay, they want to murder the babies, fully developed babies in the womb. They still want to murder the healthy baby. Okay, now we all realize as Republicans, we know about the situations that these young girls go through, women in particular too as well. They go through this with rape and incest and this and that and the other. We know that they have reasons to have abortions, okay? We know about birth defects. We know about all of the things that happen along the way during the pregnancy, okay? We know about everything that can come about during this pregnancy. With ultrasound and all of the sonograms and everything that we read and all of that. And we know that there are reasons to do these things, okay, and make decisions about a pregnancy. But to just say, just blanket, okay, you can just do this at any time, like Roe versus Wade, okay? Donna Brazile is breaking in on Reince Priebus this morning and just saying it's the woman's right to choose and this, that, and the other, and this is the way it should be. You know, we just should be able to have our choice, the women, you know. And at 6 months, and you know, and 9 months even, and she just said the woman has the right to choose. And I'm saying, wow, man, this lady is pure evil. I mean, she just has no clue about responsibility or anything of that nature. And she just lost it. I mean, lost mental capacity on the issue. But getting to Iran here, do we realize how much it costed to defend Israel over this past weekend? What I'm saying?
How much it cost? You mean?
Yeah. Do we realize how much it costed? How much money was spent in defending Israel this weekend?
I mean, I have no idea. We send over, the Iron Drone system that, we pretty much issued years and years ago to them. I don't know, a lot of munitions went up into the air to knock down 300 plus targets, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Freedom is not free, okay? That's what I'm getting at here, okay? And if Israel had to do this every time Iran decided to do this to them, well, they would be flat broke pretty soon. I mean, do we know that Israel has a stockpile to thwart an attack again?
Right.
If Iran decided to do this again right away within the next week, I mean, this is ridiculous what the Biden administration has created here. They have created it because they have given Iran the money to do this, okay? They have constantly given Iran the green light and given them the green light and the money and the resources to do what they did this weekend. It's very clear what happened here. And then we've got Israel being forced to defend themselves. And then we got the Biden administration saying, we're not going to help you if you decide to attack Iran in response. Well, what does that say? That says that we are giving Iran another green light right there.
Yeah.
That says that we're giving Iran another green light to go ahead and attack Israel anytime they please. And it's costing us money, over and over again. And what they're going to do here tomorrow or today is they're going to meet about this issue, and they're going to decide how much money we're going to give Israel and Ukraine and everybody else that needs it. I just cannot believe the government that we have right now. It was bad enough with Obama, but this one is really, really gone beyond the pale. I mean, they have just toasted everything. But I just can't understand even the flight costs, the fuel costs are about to raise, okay, for us to travel. And if you decide to drive anywhere, why, gas is going to be over $4 a gallon probably by this time next week. And then we've got Israel about to hit Iran, and if some of those oil facilities over there are taken out, well, then guess what? Oil prices are going to jack, in response. But the airline flights nowadays, too, I'll be brief here, but the airline flights, okay, as well. We get on an airplane, and you pay for the COVID deals, okay, about your luggage. And if you want to do a carry-on with Frontier, you've got to pay extra for that carry-on bag.
Yes.
Okay, and what are you going to do? You're going to just fly without a carry-on, and you've got to pay it going and coming back. You've got to pay the same price for that, going and coming back on your round-trip flight. They advertise this $157, on there for a basic flight. Okay, yeah. Okay, that sounds good. But then when you get in there and you start looking at the what they call the extras, you see real quick that they're going to jack to over $300 very quickly for basic needs that you need to have. And, it's just crazy stuff, what we're experiencing under this administration in particular. These things did not happen under Trump. They just did not. And this deal with Ukraine over here, with Russia, if we had a strong enough president that had a backbone, he would have already told Russia, you're not even going in there, okay? You're not going in there, okay? It's that simple. You're not going, okay? And if you do, guess what? You're going to lose power in your country, okay? We're going to take your power away from you, okay? And that's very simple to be done. And I would expect that Israel is probably going to do something like that with Iran. They're probably going to cut the power very quickly, and then it's going to happen pretty quickly after that. They're not going to nuke them, but they're going to really conventionally tear them all to pieces. But I'll just go ahead and get off the phone. But appreciate your time there. Thank you, Steve.
Carl, good to hear from you. Thank you for chiming in on a Back to Work Monday, right? Senor Heatwave, how are we doing this new week?
Well, the voice is still shot, as you can tell. Well, let's try this again from Friday. It's a holdover. All right, O.J. Simpson was found innocent of murder. And it was an indictment of it. It wasn't, we all know he was guilty of the sin, but it was an indictment on the LAPD for their handling of other cases. I think one of them was Rodney King, where he absolutely got the crap beat out of him. And then that happened to Reginald Denny, where he got the white beat out of him. So when that happened, it was the jury later on said, yeah, they knew Simpson was guilty, but they said innocent because they wanted to show their displeasure with the police. Well, you can't be innocent of a crime and then be found responsible for the deaths of these people, as he was when they were doing that he was accused of being in the wrong of their deaths. So he had to put out a whole lot of damn money to pay the families restitution or whatever you want to call it. So,
and
it's not like the guy was living high off the hog.
If I understand correctly, the Goldman family, he still owed them like $100 million or something. I mean, they technically didn't get paid, but.
Yeah, well, but I mean, it was there that he was supposed to.
Right.
And again, whether or not he did is another story. But it's there saying that, yes, he was liable for their deaths, for Goldman and his wife. And they were divorced at the time that she was attacked. So, we'll go ahead and let that one go there. Yeah, this nonsense about Israel getting bombed. We got people over here yelling death to Israel and death to America. You take those people out. You can have facial recognition. You see who they are. You take them, and if they're married with children, you take, especially if they're from another country that came here because, they were being persecuted or whatnot, right? You take them and the rest of their family and you send them back to the sands or the Alps or wherever the hell they come from. You get those people out of here because they're nothing but leeches on society. Whatever taxes that you pay, that I pay, that everyone else pays, is what's supporting those people. And we do not need to have that kind of garbage here in the country. We got enough problems with our own people pulling that crap, abusing the system. We don't need to have these other folks come in and start screaming death to America on American soil. That is ridiculous. 300 missiles or drones or whatnot. How much does one of those things cost? The drones, and how much does one of the missiles cost? If Trump were in office, I believe this crap would not have happened. Even with the proxies, I don't believe any of this would happen. And if it did, it would get wiped out like a bug. You put your thumb on it and you twist it and grind it, and it would be done. It's just so, it's embarrassing have Biden the alleged leader of this country. And when we were attacked in 9/11, how many countries said, hey, hold on, settle down, let's look at this and let's do this, let diplomacy work. No. We said, you're either with us or against us. And we went out, formed a coalition for the second time, went after Saddam, and we got his butt. All right, now Israel is God's chosen. And you don't mess with God's chosen, because you're going to find out what the right hand of God is all about. And it's going to be pain for those that attack Israel. Give Israel what they need to defend themselves and wipe out an enemy that has openly stated, we're going to eradicate Israel. We're going to wipe it off the map. And whether it be Hamas, whether it be Hezbollah, whether it be the Houthis, or them damn Iranians, give them what they need to take care of an issue that's affecting them. There's other Muslim countries that want to work with Israel. They want to go in partnership with them. They want peace. But they can't openly say it because they're worried Iran is going to send them drones out and bomb them. So you've got a problem, you know the answer. All you got to do is execute the answer.
Well,
and then you don't have a problem.
That's what they're going to do. I mean, they already said the Republicans are going to be getting together. They're changing the agenda, what they're going to talk about. They're going to put together, obviously, a standalone Israel defense package, defense fund. Yeah, they've had all these. Yeah, for months and months, we've been wrangling about they want money for Ukraine and then some for Israel and some for Taiwan. They've got it all rolled in together. And the bulk of the opposition is a continued support for Ukraine because they cannot get the assurances of where the money's going. I think in fairly short order, in no time at all, they'll have some sort of a package together for Israel alone, a standalone package, right? That's what they're going to be working on post-haste this morning. In the meantime, it is 844-844-3388. And yes, there are numerous Middle East countries. I think Saudi Arabia, Oman, they're all concerned. They don't want this tinderbox exploding on their back doorstep. What do we have? Gulf states are pushing to stop a full-blown regional war after Iran's unprecedented strike. Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates in particular may be well-placed to try to triangulate between Iran, Israel, and the U.S. Allies of Washington, Gulf monarchies trying to stabilize ties with Iran and Israel to resolve some of these security concerns. The UAE and Bahrain actually signed a normalization deal with Israel back in 2020, if you'll recall. Saudi Arabia was considering a similar agreement, also involving a U.S. defense pact until the Gaza war torpedoed all that. And there was some rumblings at the time that obviously Iran supplying the likes of Hamas, Iran did not want to see these normalizations. Riyadh also buried the hatches with Iran last year after years of feuding. But we'll move ahead here. It's 844-844-3388 on a Monday. Hello, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. How you doing today, brother?
I'm doing all right. Did you enjoy your weekend?
Yeah, just working too damn much. But surely you jousted with me that Philadelphia, Mississippi is having a crime wave of people breaking into the trucks down there.
I'm not familiar with Philadelphia, Mississippi. I'm familiar with Philadelphia, PA.
Oh, okay. Oh, you talking about that amateur Philadelphia up there on the northeast there. Philadelphia, Mississippi, it's a little old podinky town down there on 2-lane road there. So they probably ain't got no crime wave going down there. That Memphis chief of police, let me tell you something, that woman's a joke, buddy. I mean, she's even had her service revolver stolen out of her car, Steve. Could we call her Barney Fife and Barney Jane, maybe? I don't know.
Right.
Well, the only reason all this mess is going on is Putin, Iran, Kim Jong-un, Rocket Man. They know that Donald Trump's fixing to get back in the White House, so they pulling all they can right off now, right?
Yeah.
Trying to, because they know that payday is coming there. I read on the drive, this Hellcat owner, he got banned from his own car for reckless driving, see, 107 mile an hour. The judge banned him for 1 year that he can't even drive that Hellcat there, so, that'd be tough, man. If they catch him out there, he's in a little old podinky town anyway up there in Morton there. So if they catch him out there, he'll get banned for 2 years there. And I'm going to tell people that tailgating is illegal. Following too close, I guarantee you get close enough, and I'll put them high beam taillights up in your eyeballs. And he wanted to know, was I trying to kill him, Steve? And I said, nah, I just wanted to off on the backside there. We got a bunch of crazy things we have to dodge and miss out here on the highways. And they got some artificial intelligent paving machine. I read this on the drive also. It's autonomous robot to fill in the potholes. So it's just going to go down the road and it's scanning the road and fills it in and fills the cracks and the potholes and all that.
No, that would be a new one on me. I've never seen that technology. Hey, we'll pick up there after this.
USA News Update. Civil War is taking the top spot at the box office this weekend, although its take is small compared to earlier blockbusters this year. The dystopian thriller earned over $10 million from opening day and preview screenings. After topping domestic charts for 2 weeks, Godzilla x Kong: The New Empire will come in second after making $3.9 million on Friday. Where should you retire if you want to live in America's best suburb? USA's John Schaefer has the answer.
According to a recent survey, Brentwood, Tennessee is the top suburb for Americans to enjoy their retirement years. Old House Reviews has ranked the top 10 suburbs nationwide for retirees. Following Brentwood, Winchester, Nevada secures the second spot.
Those who have yet to file their 2023 federal income tax return have until 11:59 p.m. Monday, April 15th. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
President Biden recently released a massive $6 trillion budget, the largest budget in U.S. history. And guess who pays the bill? That's right, you, the American taxpayer. American citizens and business owners will be paying more taxes. That's a fact. And if you owe back taxes, they will be coming after you to collect payments. In fact, President Biden also hired thousands more IRS agents to go after you. If you got a letter from the IRS and you know you owe back taxes or you haven't filed in years, don't put your head in the sand. Call us today. We've saved our customers millions of tax dollars. One quick, free phone call will show you how we can reduce your past tax bill and save you thousands. Guaranteed, or you pay nothing. Call now.
800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. That's 800-511-6046.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's Proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For Proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's Proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
You may recall I shared with you last week the recall of some Ford vehicles about a potential fuel leak that could lead to engine fires. And in that report, they said it's akin to whatever the repair they're doing is more like a Band-Aid repair. It's not really going to fix the problem. And I guess word makes its way up that the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration saying they're actually opening an investigation into Ford's recall. Like they're not doing enough. Yeah, we'll see where that goes. Meanwhile, let me get back to, all right, Knuckle Buster. You had to take care of business there.
I'm sorry, I told you that wrong, Steve. That wasn't on the drive. That was on Fox News. I sent you the link there on how AI is paving the way to smoother streets using autonomous robots. So you'll have to avoid them now. So, well, the one on the drive was a shady tow truck tried to haul away a moving car, then chased after it. He couldn't hook to it going down the road. So, them damn record drivers will try anything, won't you?
Wow. Okay. That sounds like...
I sent the link to that one to you also if you want to read it there. You know who Cody Johnson is?
Oh, I've heard the name.
Yeah, he's a country and western singer there. He's a pretty good old boy there. He's got a tattoo on the bottom of his foot, see?
Oh, yeah?
Now, you'd think that would have to damn hurt. It's a line from a Waylon Jennings song, "1 Foot Over the Line." And, so I thought that was pretty neat there. Well, anyway, that's all my bull on it for this go around. I'll let somebody get in there. We'll call you later on tonight there. So
see what's going on a Monday, right? All right, 25 before the hour. Let's see what's going on with Daryl. Hello, Daryl. How was your weekend?
It was great, Steve. And how's the family? And how did Stryker do on Sunday?
Stryker did very good. Steven said he was really proud of him. He's not notorious for being the best to get along with other dogs, he said, but he really did good with all those other canines out there.
Well, I sent in $100 through my foundation, and thanks to knowing that you were out there walking, and I wanted to help the canine units. I really appreciate what they do here in Fairfield. They use them a lot for warehouse searches. We've got some big warehouses here in this part of the country, and they go in those warehouses and search, and saves the policemen a lot of walking and a lot of danger.
Yeah.
You were talking about the trucks being broke into. I was in Buffalo, New York one night about 1 o'clock in the morning, and I was walking around my trailer doing a safety check and looked up, and the back door was open, and there was a Toro riding lawnmower missing up in the left-hand corner. And the hair stood up on the back of my neck because I realized I'd walked up on a theft in process.
Whoops.
And I got in my truck and pulled on out to the road, and called them and told them somebody wanted that trailer worse than I did. It's a scary situation when you're out there by yourself.
No doubt. Yep. Something I don't want to get involved in that, right?
I tell you, when you walk up on one that's in process, it kind of makes you nervous. And I left my truck running one day and locked the door and went in and had breakfast and came back out and realized I didn't have a key. The truck was running, and I went back in and got a coat hanger, and I was breaking into my own truck, and I thought, this is the way people get shot. But you do what you have to do out there on the road. Sometimes I ate breakfast one morning down in Alabama or Georgia, I believe it was, and 1:30 in the morning, and I went to pay, and I didn't have a billfold. And some other trucker breakfast, and he walked out the truck with me, and I found my billfold laying on the seatbelt cord. And you do what you have to do when you're out there on the road by yourself. You don't have mother or daddy to help you, or sister or brother.
Mm-hmm.
You all by yourself, and I have great respect for the guys out there tonight. Did your feet get sore walking, or did you say you spent time talking to your son?
I did less walking and more talking. Ha!
Well, did you have a good crowd?
Yes, they had a great crowd. Yes, absolutely.
Well, I'm glad, and I'll talk to you later and see you down the road.
All right, they've actually now procured 106 canines, but over $1 million raised. This was the 19th year that they've had this fundraiser, a 5K run and walk. So over $1 million raised. And what do we got here? It's 844-3388. Yeah, Knucklebuster, he shared the story of a tow driver. How in the hell do you tow a moving vehicle? The towing company with an alleged history of illegal practices getting all the wrong kind of attention after one of its drivers attempted to tow a moving vehicle with 2 occupants inside. Video of a Ram 5500 trying to hook a Toyota Corolla idling at a stoplight in San Francisco has gone viral, prompting a statement from the city attorney that the truck driver's aggressive behavior is unfortunately not surprising, given Specialty Towing's history of breaking the law and generally unscrupulous behavior. While it may not be surprising to the DA or the city attorney, the video is still alarming. The Corolla's owner, Harry and Joanne Cho, said they were running some errands when the incident occurred. They were sitting at a stoplight, more or less situated in downtown San Francisco. They noticed the yellow tow truck was reversing in their direction. The truck driver deployed the yoke and tried to hook the front axle, but Harry quickly reversed out of reach of the tow arm and went around the Ram to escape. But the truck then chased after the Corolla. The whole incident captured by resident and software engineer Jeff Furland, who said he thought the tow truck was there to retrieve a Waymo autonomous vehicle in the other lane, which was flashing the hazard lights. Now, that would hardly be unusual considering the high rate of failure and overall chaos that disabled autonomous vehicles have brought to traffic in San Francisco. But when the tow truck sped after the occupied Corolla, rather than moving in front of the robo-taxi, he said, I started filming. I got the incident on video because it was the most effective thing to do in what was obviously a dangerous situation. This was just plain wrong. You can hear bystanders trying to get the driver's attention, and someone yells out, "What the F are you doing?" As the Corolla swerves around the specialty towing truck and escapes. Unscrupulous tows. I mean, these, what length do you go to retrieve a vehicle? That is just downright crazy. All right, see what's happening with Pappy out there. How was your weekend? I guess you had a working weekend, or you would have come out there and joined us yesterday, wouldn't you?
Nah, Steve, I was off.
Well, you lazy bum.
Yes, sir. I think I crawled out of bed about 3 o'clock. Got up, got dressed, went to the granddaughter's T-ball, first T-ball game of the year.
Okay.
So, yeah, that was my extended late afternoon hours. Man, Steve, I told you about that story where the guy was out there working on his car, putting brakes on his car. He goes in to eat lunch, and he comes out, man, and the tow truck's out there hooking his car, man. Because, you know, he thought it was sitting out there with no tires on it, you know, or something.
Right.
Remember me telling you that story?
Yep.
You tell that tow truck driver better go on down the road, or you might get arrested for attempt theft. I think the tow truck driver out there in San Francisco should probably get arrested for unlawful restraint or attempted abduction or something. What the hell, man? Oh, man. Well, it sounds like you guys had a good time today down there. Yes? No?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It was a beautiful, beautiful day. Yeah, good time. Really enjoyed.
Yep. Stephen looked good. Seen a couple photos the princess posted. The whole family looking good there.
Now, he did say that he actually had clean pants on when he started the day, but that damn dog was he had mud all over his pants.
Yeah. Man, Steve, let me tell you something, man. These canine dudes got to be in shape. I'm telling you, man, I went on quite a few tracks in my career with these canine guys, and man, First one, I thought, oh, this would be fun, right? Whoop my butt. Second one, kind of had to. Couple others just because nobody else wanted to. They're scared of the dog. But I don't, Steve. I don't know if I could do it now or not, man. Honestly, you got to be in shape, man. Once that dog puts his nose on, especially if he's picking up a scent, man, they go, boy. Better be ready.
So I'm not sure what jurisdiction I know Hamilton County, they don't have the helicopters anymore. I'm not sure if it was Butler County, but they brought in a helicopter. That was kind of like the demonstration. They had the guy in the bike suit out there in the field, and they brought the copter in and actually landed right there and right in front of us. I mean, that was really up close and personal. When that thing got close to landing, they had all those tents and canopies. Those things are putting a lot of wind out, and all those canopies were trying to blow away.
Yeah, we got rid of ours, man. We just use drones now. I don't know if it had to be attached to Hamilton County SWAT. I don't know who they use, man. If Butler County has one, or man, I just don't know. Dayton, OSP, maybe. If I seen the helicopter, maybe.
I mean, the color scheme was like the black, the black looks of the Hamilton County, and I think Butler County has that same color, don't they?
Yeah, it would be striped out. It would look like Hamilton. I mean, all the counties in Ohio, all the uniforms are the same, pretty much. Okay. Black shirt, gray pants, same patches,
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I've seen some pretty bad stuff, man. When we had our helicopters, we were doing some training out at Struble Elementary or Struble Middle School, maybe it was. I don't know. I'm going back probably 15 years, but they put some SWAT guys on the skid, standing on the outside, right? 2 guys on each side, and took them out over, and the helicopter hovered over the roof, and these guys stepped off, so it was like trying to get a couple guys on the rooftop.
Yeah.
It was pretty cool. Hey, man, did you get that email I sent you? I don't know. I think I sent it Friday or Saturday about the 7 barges breaking loose.
Yeah. That turned out to be like 20-something barges.
What the hell, Steve? Come on. How does that happen?
The question mark, right? I mean, was that a deliberate act? I mean, because they had to shut down a bunch of bridges, and I think there's damage to the dam and a marina, and I don't know.
Sounds like shenanigans to me, man. I don't know. Then Saturday, obviously, the attack on Israel by Iran.
Yep.
Steve, I'm telling you, don't know what to think about this. Obviously, this is a first. It's obviously a escalation. Iran claiming it's retaliation from Israel killing their generals at the Syrian consulate there. So, but Steve, they didn't. I mean, it wasn't like an all-out attack. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Hezbollah could have launched some drones and or missiles, which they didn't. Hezbollah really didn't. They all came from Iran. That tells me they weren't trying to overwhelm the system. Israel's air defense system there.
So is this just
if they were
some sort of maneuver to save face with the people of Iran, to say we will not tolerate Israel and all that?
Steve, I guess as the days play out, and there was plenty of notice, like everybody knew this was coming, right? Steve, this is pure speculation here. right? But was Biden on the phone with him over there? Hey, listen, man. Don't you guys get too crazy over there. I'll call Netanyahu, however you pronounce his name over there. I'll call Mitten, man. We'll work it out where he don't retaliate, as long as you guys don't go too full bore, man. We can all benefit from this, man. We can all I can get some extra money from Congress, and U.S. taxpayers will pay for it because they're now worried. I don't know, Steve. I'm telling you, man. All these people working in cahoots together. I don't know what to think. We'll see what Israel does. If Israel retaliates again, I mean, let's just go back and forth, But if Israel doesn't do anything, if they don't retaliate, man, I'm telling you, I'd be willing to bet there was some shenanigans going on. How, if Israel does, what are they going to do? Are they going to attack some of their
oil facilities? What do they hit?
Yeah, oil facilities, places where they make these missiles, that kind of thing. I guess we'll see. But man, I ain't no doubt about it. Things are escalating over there. No doubt about it. Playing with fire, man. Unfortunately, Steve, I'd have a different. Probably be saying something a little bit different. If we didn't have these buffoons that we got running our country, man. I mean, these people are idiots, man. And we're relying on them not to start a nuclear war, That's the only thing that's scary. But, man, weather tomorrow looks like it's going to be beautiful. I ain't got nothing planned. Kick back, relax. I don't know. Maybe do a little yard work, I guess. But starting to work week off nice weather-wise. If you're talking a little rain, moving in, Wednesday, I think?
Yeah.
But, Steve, I think the weather is breaking, man. It's all downhill. Especially when May first gets here. It's all downhill, brother. All right, man. I can't think of anything else. Oh, if you want to talk about this cop shootout. All these leftists. 96 shots. What the hell? What's the matter with these guys?
So, I mean, I know that your training is, you've got a weapon and you're supposed to continue firing until the threat is neutralized, correct?
Correct.
And if you've got 5 or 6 officers all at the same time, it's...
Yeah. Steve, listen, man, one thing I want to say is, training is one thing. You got to train. And hopefully when that moment of truth comes, your training kicks in. But, man, I'm telling you, when somebody points a gun at you, right, and you get shots fired in your direction, man, especially when somebody in that situation, I've never been put in a situation where I got a man standing right next to me pointing a gun and pulling the trigger. But I've been on a run where a dude was shooting out a trailer at us. A little bit different than what these guys were facing. I mean, when you're standing there with another person, seeing that gun, right, and hearing them gunshots, Steve, I'm telling you, your adrenaline is so pumped up. And I've seen many of after-action interviews with officers. When, hey, how many rounds did you fire? The officer says, I don't know, 3 or 4. And they ended up shooting 10. Because you're just so jacked up, man, And unfortunately, the left just don't understand. When somebody's trying to kill you, you got to do what you got to do, man. I don't care if 96 rounds were fired. I've seen videos where you got people down. They've already been shot. They're down. They're not moving. And the officers continued to shoot for a while.
Yeah.
There was one floating around where this guy's down, and he's, and you see the rounds hitting him, hitting the pavement right next to him. Went on for about 5 or 10 seconds. You're thinking, man, it looks bad, but the reality of it is you are just so pumped, so jacked. It's just the nature of the beast, man. And that's all I got to say about that.
So. I guess in those moments, I'm assuming time stands still. I could only imagine, right? Time stands still. All right, he mentioned the barges. The initial story he sent was, there was like a 7 or something. Turned out it was like 26. I mean, more than 24 barges broke loose. Or did they break loose? I mean, broke loose from their moorings, floating down the Ohio River in Pittsburgh over the weekend, striking one bridge that had already been preemptively closed, damaging a marina as well. The boats eventually pinned at the riverbank or went over a dam downstream. Pittsburgh Police, Fire, and Emergency Medical Services responded about 11:25 p.m. Friday evening. Reports of barges floating uncontrolled down the river. That's how it started. So we'll pick up there following a news break, though. The rest of the story. Was this accidental? I mean, the river level's up. I do know that. So is that a contributor?
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update, I'm Tim Berg. The IDF says it intercepted roughly 300 missiles and drones launched from Iran Saturday. President Biden condemning the attack in a statement Saturday night, just days after calling for the United States to support Israel ironclad. White House National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby joins Fox News Sunday and was asked what's next for Israel.
Well, I think first we need to see what the War Cabinet decides in terms of the whatever next step they want to pursue, and that's a sovereign decision, of course, that our Israeli counterparts have to make. But I don't think you can look at what happened last night in any way, shape, or form and not come away convinced that the president meant every word he said, ironclad commitment.
This as there is still a lot of limbo on Capitol Hill. A new foreign aid package for Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan is being finalized. South Carolina Republican Congresswoman Nancy Mace talks about the measures soon to be pushed in Congress.
On the one hand, this week, we're going to pass aid and resources for Israel. At the same time, the House Armed Services Committee, for example, is negotiating the National Defense Authorization Act. I'm talking to our leadership about ways that we can ensure we don't embolden terrorism around the world, that we aren't providing aid or resources or equipment, lethal or non-lethal, to countries that align with Iran.
40 million people from Ohio to Connecticut remain under the threat of severe weather. On Monday, severe storms from Texas to North Dakota will build up with excessive rain warnings. They'll then move east and threaten damaging winds and flooding from southern Wisconsin to Louisiana. 4 people are in custody in the disappearance of 2 women in Oklahoma. Veronica Butler and Jillian Kelly have been missing now for over 2 weeks after a vehicle they were traveling in was found abandoned in a rural part of Texas County. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The House has voted to pass an amendment to Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, or FISA, which would no longer require a warrant to spy on communications between foreign nationals outside of the United States and U.S. citizens. Kentucky Republican Senator Rand Paul says he remains opposed to it and that House Speaker Mike Johnson should not have voted for it.
Americans shouldn't be spied on by their own government. The Fourth Amendment was put in by our founding fathers to protect us. FISA doesn't obey the Fourth Amendment. And so Speaker Johnson was incredibly wrong. He broke the tie. He voted with the Democrats. Here we have the leader of the Republicans in the House votes with the Democrats against a warrant requirement. We also have Speaker Johnson voting for the spending package, once again, with the majority of the Democrats.
That audio courtesy of Fox Business. The majority of Americans have until Monday night at midnight to complete filing their state and federal taxes. Missouri Republican Congressman Jason Smith says that one of the key promises of Bidenomics does not appear to be materializing this year.
His budget does that. His budget raises taxes more than $7 trillion on people making less than $400,000 will also see a tax increase.
Some households may receive a higher tax return this year, although the rate is an adjustment for inflation. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com.
Okay, welcome back. As we roll into a Monday, tax day, 15th of April, here it is. Unless you file that extension, you've got to the midnight hour. But back to the barges breaking loose. At 11:25 Friday evening, reports coming in, hey, there's barges just floating down the river. Now, the area had been hit by flooding with heavy rains on Thursday. They do say the Sewickley Bridge was struck by a barge a few minutes before 2 o'clock Saturday afternoon. That bridge was closed in advance of the strike and remained closed while crews completed an inspection there. Officials in Moon Township, which is connected by the bridge to the community of Sewickley, earlier said the span would be temporarily closed due to unmanned barge passing through. 11 of the 26 barges that broke free were quickly contained to one side by another towing vessel just downstream. According to the Coast Guard, 9 others were collected at the Emsworth Lock and Dam further downstream. 5 or 6 barges went through the dam. 4 ended up just downstream at a lock and dam, while another ended up on the bank of the river and was stabilized there. They said Marine safety units were searching for one barge unaccounted for. Pittsburgh public safety officials reported damage to Peggy's Harbor, a marina on the river. And the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette reported that the McKees Rocks Bridge was closed as a precaution, but then later reopened after inspection. 23 of the barges were carrying dry cargo, most of them coal. At least one was loaded with fertilizer. 3 of them were empty. There were no hazardous materials on any of the vessels. The Coast Guard did put out a broadcast notice to mariners, informing them about the potential hazard. But high water was, for the most part, preventing traffic on the river. Because there wasn't a lot moving out there. Barges were owned and operated by Campbell Transportation Company, according to the city. Coast Guard officials working with the owner on a salvage plan. The vulnerability of bridges to strikes from barges and ships obviously came into stark observation last month with the container ship bringing down the Key Bridge there in Baltimore. And just in these things raise suspicions, the red flags go up. How does 26 barges, it's an awful lot just to come loose. I don't know. I've never worked on the river. Hello, Vic.
Hello. Well, I won't delay it too long, but whenever I worked on that river elevator, the Indiana Co-op got stingy, and we had about a 60-year-old winch and a sail rather than a spud barge or working barge to fleet our barges in. And I had to go home one Christmas, and I left about, 20 or 30 feet of slack in the lines that was holding the barge in because it was only half loaded, so I couldn't get the harbor guy to come down and pick it up. But let me tell you, I spent one miserable Christmas there, so I don't know what the situation was, if that was a fleeting type service or some towboat came by and was going to pick up a barge. But I'm sure there'll be a pretty thorough investigation there as to why that many broke loose, because there's a lot of weight there when they're fully loaded. And, one will start to break loose, and then it'll tug on another one, or somebody didn't tie it off right, or whatever. But it's kind of odd that you said that was owned by a company or something. I would have thought they would have had a better fleeting type deal there, but strange things can happen. So I hope it's not somebody doing that maliciously, because
right,
Pittsburgh, my Lord, well, Lord, I think they've got a bridge about every 2 miles up there at Pittsburgh. I know some of them that I would have to cross, and then the one, remember, fell down right before Biden got there or something on the infrastructure. So they do have, I mean, Pittsburgh's like two different places there. And kind of Knucklebuster, talk about Philadelphia, Mississippi. Did you ever see the movie Mississippi Burning?
Yes.
About the FBI.
Yes.
Yeah, that was based on Philadelphia, Mississippi there and all that. But anyway, and real quick on this cybersecurity thing, I don't think we have any more cybersecurity because I was part of a class action lawsuit. You know how they send that thing out to you. Some insurance company out in Washington State managed to let people get a hold of some of our information. Then there was Roku that supposedly got hacked over the weekend. And then I've been fighting with my computers about all day long. And then to finish things off, my wife told me about 3 or 4 hours ago, well, Chase Manhattan Bank is going to sell information on, like, I forget, like, she said it couldn't possibly be that many. But anyway, it was a lot of people because they're going to change over to some sort of an information service, you know, like Google and all, Meta and all these other people. And it's like, oh, great. That's just what I need is somebody else selling my information.
Right.
So I don't know. And so anyway, but back to the more serious matter here with this deal with Israel. I don't know. My suspicion on that is, Steve, that Israel was about ready to put an end to Hamas. And they were doing a number on Hezbollah. So if Israel starts taking out all these different proxy things, then Iran's going to have to, you know, they can't hide behind them anymore. They're going to have to take some sort of direct action. And the story that I heard was that Iran had actually taken a Israel-connected tanker that was going through the Straits of Hormuz like early on Saturday morning.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess nothing happened or whatever. And then they launched this attack. Iran launched this attack against Israel. And supposedly, after that, Russia and China both said that they would support Iran, which kind of surprised me because Iran does share the Caspian Sea oil there with Russia, but they've never really been all that close. And Putin started that war in Ukraine, but he also has a problem with some of the Muslim provinces, you know, over there in his neck of the woods, Chechnya and some of the others that Iran is supporting. So it's kind of hard for me to see him going in with that. But again, that kind of gives him an upper hand on this deal with Ukraine if he can tie the United States up, and if they can get into some type of shooting war. And whenever Biden come out and said that he wasn't going to support Israel on an attack against Iran or something like that, and I'm thinking, why don't you just go? Why isn't Biden coming out and saying, well, we're going to start pumping our own oil. We're going to, you know, cut off any more aid to Iran. We're going to stop the negotiations on the nuclear thing. And we're going to take this up with the International Atomic Agency and Energy Agency and make sure nobody sells Iran any more nuclear facilities or materials or anything. Instead of just immediately, I think he gets the drift of where I'm going. You know, we should do a lot of things before, you know, we really start shooting and depleting our resources. And by some accounts, our resources are quite depleted now anyway. And, you know, when I seen you there at the truck show and my grandson was with me, he's on he's assigned to a destroyer, but he's reserved right now. And he said 2 or 3 months ago, he said, I think we'll be in war with China by December. And I really don't know why. And I started to, when you were there, I started to sit down and talk to you, or at least introduce him. And my grandson, he gets kind of excited and doesn't really watch what he's saying. Sometime at one time, he was a security guard up there at Ursay's house up there, and then BLM come out, and I said, if anything happens up there at Ursay's estate, he will fry you in a heartbeat. So he moved on. He moved on from that, and then some of the stuff that he was working on.
Yeah.
I didn't know how far afield he could go or anything else. So I thought maybe I just better, go on and catch Steve later somewhere else. So anyway, anyhow, but he's all in on that stuff. He was really supposed to be, the reason I bring that up, he was supposed to be in San Diego when he was there to the truck show, but the Navy said they didn't have enough money to send him. So they delayed it for a couple of months, and it's like, well, what's really going on here with our defense budget and everything? I don't know if that had something to do with all the arguing that was going on in Congress or whatever. But long story short, the United States is not prepared for a two-front war or a three-front war or anything else. And we do still have a lot of muscle. And even with China trying to start their new currency, to deal, Brazil, Russia, India, and China, or something like that.
Right.
They're trying to start a new currency, but I don't think that will really catch on. So by and large, you were mentioning like oil. I think I don't know what it will take for Biden to realize that he is selling this country to buy a few votes, and he's going to lose anyway. So he's going to have to come up out of that and put this country first. It's just that simple. Whether you want to say, what was it, that the America First agenda rather than the America Last?
Right.
Because at the rate he's going and selling this country out, and we don't know, Iran says they would retaliate if we supported Israel, against another counterattack. So do they already have enough people here in this country to do another 9/11 type attack or anthrax or, whatever,
Sure.
or sarin gas or, I would be more frightened of that than I would anything than I am of anything else. And quite frankly, between Canada, the United States, and Mexico, I believe we actually have more energy resources than they have over in the Mideast. And the other thing you were mentioning about the Mideast, you have the Arabs and the Persians, and the Persians is Iran, and they've never really gotten along. And then the Houthis, they've been giving Saudi Arabia fits for several years now, and I would imagine that that's why that those Gulf states jumped in there and defended America, or defended Israel. But by and large, the point is that what we don't need to jump in and have a shooting war. We just need to support Israel with the wars against all these proxy groups, because if they can defeat the terrorist groups there in Hezbollah and return Lebanon back to Lebanon, at one time Lebanon kicked the terrorists out. How they got back in there, I don't know. And the other thing, too, was the Hamas. Everybody forgets that Israel made Gaza a Palestinian-controlled area and self-governing. And the Palestinians then allowed the Hamas to take over. So it's not like Israel just dominated or colonized Gaza because they gave them their own organization, and they chose to go to a terrorist organization. So I would just say, by and large, that this country, America, should just make sure that people fully understand Hamas wants Israel to release hardened criminals and terrorists in exchange for hostages that Hamas refuses to tell them if they're alive, if they're dead, their names, or anything else. I mean, that's not even a negotiation position. And by and large, I would just say that they should be on alert. But I think after a while, Iran probably exhausted some things that they're not going to be easy to replace. And I believe that this stuff that's coming up this week, different funding and everything else, why they don't make a point of, we're just going to let Israel, Israel's taking care of their problems. And Ukraine, I think over the weekend I was looking at some Russian disinformation, and Russia put out a lot of information about where the money was going and everything else over there that wasn't true in Ukraine. Basically trying to get, it was on the Euronews, they were basically trying to get the European people to not support Zelensky and the war there in Ukraine and furnishing more ammunition. But I think both Ukraine and Israel, they're actually making some of their home weaponry. But by and large, if Biden doesn't handle this properly, we could be in one gigantic mess. And unfortunately, it'll be the younger, might be all of us paying the price, but immediately it'll be the younger people. So, So like I said, they just need to kind of take a deep breath. And I don't know what Iran's motive was, but I'll leave that to the intelligence people.
Well, we'll find out in probably fairly short order, right? I mean, they had been several weeks. They had been saying, our intelligence, CIA said an Iranian attack is imminent, was the word. Yeah. At some point, more than a week ago, they said within 48 hours. 23 past the hour. And it's 844-3388. Hello, Scarecrow. How we doing?
Well, we're recovering from a gorgeous weekend, Steve. Unfortunately, I was not to enjoy it. We had sunshine, low 70s, and I had the joy of going up and down the aisles of the local home improvement store and shopping with the better half. Ian thinks we need new kitchen counters, but the give and take ruled, Steve. Myself and the bike are going to abandon her this coming Saturday, so I played the game. But here we are. Just about got the best day of the week out of the way already.
How about that?
If that's being politically correct. Oh man. Oh, the stories about these shooters challenging law enforcement. And I guess they're going to keep popping up forever and a day. It's just amazing how many of these individuals rise to the surface to display their inability to use common sense and reasoning. Perhaps, I don't know, maybe last week Pappy or somebody had already mentioned this, but there was one night, one of Bongino's programs, he best phrased it, he said, if you don't like dead, don't shoot at a cop. Well, it doesn't get much simpler than that, does it? It's like there has to be a death wish there. I guess what irks me the most, an individual in this scenario who does survive the shootings will be there in the hospital, and then the reports will be how they're fighting for their life. They're struggling, but they're hanging on by a shoestring or such. And in the meantime, that bill at the hospital will fall back in our laps. And so yeah, things are good in that vein. Oh, what else has transpired since the weekend? I gave Monkey Goucher a message before. Maybe it is Monkey Boucher here. Well, either way, Steve, I put the question to him, about the new grandbaby there, and they're home and such. And I point blank asked him, "Are you about ready to come back to work?" everybody's wondering. And he says, no, I'm not ready.
Hmm.
And that's as much as an update as I have. That's all he was willing to share, and it was unlike him not to message, keep me updated and whatnot. Now, Grump maybe knows more, but I'm sure he's probably would leave it alone and let Jimmy, update us in the time proper
when he's ready.
In his way.
I saw his social media post over the weekend where I guess he was out there golfing. That's their annual challenge, and yep, his team actually won again. He said,
"Oh, sure." So no, I guess kind of going to leave us hanging for a little bit longer. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the golfing. I did bring up, I guess the leaders were on about the 13th hole yesterday when I turned the TV on. I didn't watch it to the end. I watched about 3 holes worth. But more than anything, Steve, I'm so intrigued with the care that the golf course receives, and the
yes,
way the foliage and everything is manicured to an extreme. I was thinking about it earlier this evening. You almost wonder, like the networks, if they don't have a green filter that they put on the cameras and such to make it even look more lush and inviting and such. But no, that's so I got my taste of golf and such. What else has transpired here? Yeah, I've already. I only caught the very, very last part of Knucklebuster's pitch there, and when he said something about a tow truck, I thought, I'll bet he's talking about that yellow tow truck that was trying to ram under the steer axle of this 4-wheeler.
That was it.
I think it was probably Inside Edition Friday evening.
Okay.
That's the only place I can think I would have seen it. But if I recall, now, did you see the video when you were reading it there now?
No, I did not have the video, just the story.
Okay. Recalling back, it just seemed like...
So I'll have to go back and check the video. You say, we have to pause. News break.
USA News Update. Thanks in part to conflict involving Israel and the Middle East, gas prices continue their upward trend. USA's John Schaefer.
AAA is reporting a roughly 20-cent increase per gallon of regular gas over the past month. The national average now standing at $3.63 a gallon. Experts attribute this rise to refinery maintenance and escalating tensions in the Middle East. They do anticipate further increases in gas prices as peak driving season approaches.
Roku has disclosed yet another security breach. On Friday, the company revealed about 576,000 accounts had been compromised. This revelation came to light while Roku was in the process of notifying customers about a prior breach that impacted roughly 15,000 accounts earlier in the year. Roku assured that sensitive data did remain inaccessible. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed fee legal solution in the country with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me could understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do.
LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you much. Back on a Monday. Closing out the weekend. Trust you had a good weekend. All right, we were talking about the tow scenario. I did not get an opportunity to see the video, but yeah, all right. Thanks for hanging in there, Scarecrow.
Well, the video will probably correct whatever I say in error, and no doubt Pappy will say, well, you make a pretty damn poor eyewitness. But it just seemed like, if I remember right, I think the tow truck made a three stabs at trying to. I'm not certain how the tow bar works. I think you make contact with the front of the tire as close to the ground as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Then I think there's a second bar that comes in behind the tire. I'm thinking that was the tow truck driver's intention, what he was trying to do. But no, it was just one of those things that you got to be kidding. Is he trying to recover this vehicle? Repossess or such?
Yeah.
Or is it just that ballsy that you're going to latch on and tow them to their yard and then charge them to release the car? Would a tow company be that aggressive and such? But But there will be more. There'll be a rest of the story to this, I would think.
Yeah, I mean,
given that if it's going viral.
In my understanding, I mean, I think it's illegal to tow a vehicle with people with occupants in it, isn't it?
I would certainly think so.
Right.
They certainly would not be allowed to ride in it if it was by their choice. They still wouldn't be allowed to ride as a passenger or such. So, but yeah, it's another one of those things that, man, oh man, if you hadn't seen it, you wouldn't have believed it.
Right.
Oh, somebody early on in the program had reported they're out in Roseville, Minnesota. I wonder if they would be interested in moonlighting as a home handyman. Brandon got the report from the rental management company that his house has water coming in through the ceiling. Now, it's a 2.5 story house, so I don't know if it's roofing or if it's plumbing or such, but he's had a pretty rough week and a half. He didn't need news like that. Now, Steve, I filled you in with a text message about what took place regarding him and the plane, and that remains the same. I can't say any more about that part.
Mm-hmm.
But I can say that he did make it home yesterday.
Okay.
Now, you know how important a passport is when you're traveling between countries and such. Well, you try and fly commercial flight without a passport. That doesn't go too well. Well, that's how he got home. He flew commercial. And all he had was his personal ID and his orders that got him in that situation, so to speak. Well, these orders he wrote up for himself, being the squadron commander. He's the one that wrote his own orders up. So he said it took a lot of slick talk and convincing, and I can only imagine how you're trying to pass through any checkpoint with just an ID and these orders that have your own signature on them. That
right.
I'm kind of looking forward to do a one-on-one conversation with him and just see how it was actually worked out and such. But so either way, he is finally back to the family and all. So the rest of that story is still a lot to play out. But beyond that, I can't lay anything more on you at the moment. So cut me loose, man. Cut me loose. Make room for the next one, man.
All right. Well,
Thank
have a
you,
great
Steve.
morning. Thank you. You got it, Ed. I mentioned earlier gas prices. U.S. gasoline has emerged as the most attractive part of the petroleum complex for investors, betting prices are going to rise further this year in the run-up to the presidential and congressional elections come November. Relatively low inventories, strong household income growth, the prospect of an active hurricane season are expected to keep gas consumption high and inventory under pressure. Now, Ukraine's drone attacks on refineries in Russia threatened to tighten the international supply situation even further and have prompted the Biden administration to warn Ukraine's government to change their targeting. Such what? You're at war. They're at war. Yeah, Russia invaded Ukraine, and you're trying to tell them, well, don't hit their gas facilities. Come on. Either way, U.S. gas consumption is correlated with employment and household incomes, so the current rise in non-farm jobs and wage rates likely to underpin strong use this year. Domestic consumption has been trending lower since 2007 as we have improvements in fuel economy, ethanol blending, and more recently the deployment of electric and hybrid vehicles. But our less usage here has been more than offset by strong growth in exports, mostly to Mexico and other countries in Latin America, which has kept overall refinery production tending higher. Now, of course, we know hurricane season just around the corner. Nearly half the total refinery capacity in the U.S. is along the Gulf of Mexico on the coast of Texas and Louisiana. Every year there's this small, but it's not a zero chance of refinery processing being disrupted by a direct hit from a major hurricane. June through November is the active season, peaking typically in August and September. And we already know the precise number of storms, their intensity, their location, highly variable, very difficult to predict months in advance. But we have seen the shift from El Nino to La Nina conditions underway in the central and eastern Pacific. Atlantic storm creation and intensity is strongly correlated with sea surface temperatures in the Caribbean and the tropical North Atlantic. Sea surface temperatures in the tropical North Atlantic were at a record seasonal high in March of this year, according to the Climate Prediction Center. Sea surface temperatures surged higher around the world, including a very strong, warm El Nino phenomenon in the Pacific. If that warmth persists into the second and third quarters, it likely would result in an above-average number of tropical storms and hurricanes this season and an elevated threat to the Gulf Coast refineries. All right. Lastly, the bullish position hedge funds and other money managers owned bullish long positions equivalent to 99 million barrels on April the 2nd. That's the highest number for more than 4 years' time. Fund managers were more bullish on gasoline versus crude or middle distillates like diesel and gas oil. A lot of it gets to be like Greek numbers, but okay, that's where we stand this morning. See if Eagle, are you hanging with us?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm still here. I was looking at some things while I was on hold. I wanted to talk about a couple other things that's going on. I wanted to talk about this situation with Iran.
Okay.
And I'm not gonna say this guy's name. I ain't gonna even waste my time trying to even say his name, mispronounce it, because his name doesn't even matter at this point. The leader of Iran, this guy that you see on television,
right?
That's issuing threats. Okay, now Donald Trump held another rally again, Steve, on Saturday. On Saturday afternoon, if he was in Pennsylvania. And, it might sound like it's arrogant. It might sound like it's cocky, what Donald Trump says, but he's exactly right. Donald Trump is the only man that can solve this situation, to deal with Russia and what's going on with the border in the U.S. and what's going on with this leader in Iran. Because here, and a lot of people are saying, on television, Steve, they saying, well, Donald Trump has a cocky, arrogant attitude. How does he know that he can solve the war with Ukraine in 24 hours? How does he know he can get Iran under control and China? Well, guess what? Here's how he knows, for all those idiots out there who are asking that question. Because Donald Trump has been president before, and guess what, Steve? Those same leaders were all in power, and they didn't do a damn thing for 4 years. Am I right? Am I wrong?
Right, exactly.
Okay, that's how Donald Trump knows that he can get the job done, because he's done it before. These people are in check, Steve. Iran wouldn't dare that attack that they had a couple of months ago when they flew in on parachutes and killed all those people. That attack would have never occurred. Donald Trump, you have to talk to people. People, you can say it's a bad attitude, a nasty attitude. You have to put parameters to this guy over there in Iran, Steve. Because see, the next thing this guy's gonna do, he's already released ballistic missiles and drones. You know what the next step is. The next step is nuclear weapons. And you got to let it be known. Donald Trump has already, there's some technology out there, Steve, that me and you and a lot of other people don't know. Donald Trump has been given hints. He knows he was the president of this country. He knows what kind of technology we have. If you listen to Donald Trump real closely on some of his deals, he's saying that we got weapons that I don't want to never have to use, that the world has never seen before. I don't even know. You know, you can imagine what type of weapons that we have. Donald Trump said he doesn't want to use these, and he hopes that we never have to use this type of weaponry. So what I'm saying by saying that is, you have to let that man over there in Iran know, which Joe Biden won't do because he's a weak coward. You have to let that man over there in Iran know, hey, buddy, if you even think about sending any kind of nuclear weapons into Israel, that'll be the end of Iran. We'll turn that into a moon crater, my friend. Everybody will disappear in Iran. See, that's where you have to talk to a guy like that, Steve, because, see, that's the only thing this guy understands is tough talk. Yeah. Because you could best believe, do you think that guy would have shot all them damn drones and all those missiles into Israel just the other day if Trump was in the White House? I guarantee you he wouldn't, because Donald Trump wouldn't put up with it. They're not afraid of Joe Biden, Steve. He can issue all the threats he wants. Joe Biden is the laughing stock of the whole world, just like America is the laughing stock of the whole world. And I'm surprised, Steve, God has been blessing us up to this point. And it's just a matter of time before we have an attack in the USA. The FBI, any other person that knows about intelligence has been telling this idiot for the last year or so that we have dangerous people in this U.S., in this country, and then something very bad is going to happen. So, like I said, God has blessed us up until this point, but the luck is going to run out. The clock is going to run out, Steve, and something real bad is going to happen in America, and it's all because of Joe Biden. As we speak right now, Steve, I get sick of saying the same thing. The border is still open as we speak. There's individuals, I think they said 30, 40, 50 people on the terrorist watch list have been apprehended. Like I heard another guy say, these guys are not coming to America for no jobs, right, Steve. These guys from China, these guys from these terrorist watch list countries, they're not coming to America to work in no damn migrant field picking berries and fruits. These people are coming to the USA with a plan. They coming here with some dangerous intentions. And like I said before, Biden needs to be gone, evicted. Let Trump say immediately, because it's just a matter of time before something real bad happens, Steve. And I know who to blame. If other people don't know, I damn sure know who to blame. So that guy over there in Iran, like I said, if I was the president, I promise you he wouldn't be issuing threats like that. Because like I told you before, I would turn Iran into a moon crater. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right. Big difficult times. Big talk. It's like you're trying to navigate through a minefield, the proverbial minefield, politically right now. But it is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, where we leave off there, about 9 before the hour. Yeah, Pop earlier talking about out there working in the greenhouse, getting his maters ready to plant. It is getting to be that time of year, and officials with the Indiana State Police trying to spread the word as planting season quickly approaches. Yeah, the farmers are preparing to work their fields. And they note that large agricultural machinery will soon become a common sight along some of the rural routes and even highways. The presence of such equipment poses challenges for both drivers and operators. These machines are large, often slow-moving, and may obstruct visibility. It is imperative for road users to maintain vigilance and pack your patience, they say. Stay alert, be on the lookout for slow-moving farm equipment, especially on those rural routes. Maintain a safe distance when you're following such equipment. These vehicles may need to make sudden stops or turns. If you need to pass farm equipment, do it with extreme caution. Only when it is safe and legal to do so. Make sure there's enough room to maneuver safely. Signal your intentions early when approaching or passing farm equipment. That allows the operator to anticipate your movements. Just be patient. Remember, the farmers are working to feed you and me. Exercise patience and understanding, as delays caused by farm equipment are temporary. It's not the end of the world, okay? All right. Officials with state police said following these guidelines will help ensure a safe planting season for both the farmers and the drivers alike. And when it gets to be planting season, this is where you start wondering, okay, rain. Are the fields too muddy? We've got more rain in the offing for much of the planting zone coming up this week, as a matter of fact. Update you more on that coming up in our final hour. Hey there, Knuckle Buster.
Yeah, you better watch out for them international harvesters, according to Craig Morgan. I think that's who put that song out. Better watch out for that pothole filler, too, because, it ain't going to be moving fast there. And, Tennessee was watching a show today. Did you know that 97% of all bird strikes occur to military planes and jets? They actually use something called a bird detection radar, Steve. Well, I was just curious. If I flip somebody off going down the road, is that detectable?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I got a camera in here. It's probably going to show up. My boss, man, he told me I had to be a gentleman. I said, well, I'm just showing them a basic lesson in mathematics. 4 + 1 is 5, right?
Right.
They have a bad problem with pigeons down there at Dallas-Fort Worth area, and they found out that the birds were eating corn. So them farmers down there around that airport, they're not allowed to grow corn or anything that the birds will eat there. And remember that miracle on the Hudson?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they counted the actual number of birds that hit each engine there. You know how many birds are you? Oh, I need to ask you. You flying down there for your cruise?
Well, yeah, we're searching diligently for affordable airline tickets, and that's hard to find.
Right. All right. Well, you know how many birds can actually take an airplane engine out?
How many?
3. That's crazy, ain't it? Take 3 birds to take any airplane engine out that we've got. They tested the color of light on these birds, and they found out they didn't like red light there. So that's pretty awesome to know. I'd stick a red light out there on the cone of that plane there, right?
Yeah, right.
All right, let's finish up this baloney here as fast as I can. Well, we ain't got but 2 minutes to the break. Are y'all talking $10 a gallon for number 2 push water?
I don't know. Where do you think it's going to go? It all depends on what Iran does, I guess. Now, or Israel.
Yeah, but well, it ain't going to do nothing but go up. That's all I know there. So
correct.
Hopefully we'll all keep our jobs there. Well, my suggestion is get yourself in shape to protect yourself and your family. You know, physically, beans, bullets, Band-Aids, bacon, all that good stuff. Spiritually arm yourself with the truth. You know, diplomacy will work a little bit, but I don't really think it's going to do a whole lot there. So, as far as food, you know, tamales are a hot item today, Steve. They selling more tamales today. I guess that'll be chili today and hot tamale there, right?
Uh-huh.
All right, well, I'm going to back out of here and cut this baloney off because it's getting on break time there. So.
Yes, it is.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. I'm Tim Berg. The IDF says it intercepted roughly 300 missiles and drones launched from Iran Saturday. President Biden condemning the attack in a statement Saturday night, just days after calling for the United States to support Israel ironclad. White House National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby joins Fox News Sunday and was asked what's next for Israel.
Well, I think first we need to see what the War Cabinet decides in terms of the whatever next step they want to pursue, and that's a sovereign decision, of course, that our Israeli counterparts have to make. But I don't think you can look at what happened last night in any way, shape, or form and not come away convinced that the president meant every word he said, ironclad commitment.
This as there is still a lot of limbo on Capitol Hill. A new foreign aid package for Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan is being finalized. South Carolina Republican Congresswoman Nancy Mace talks about the measures soon to be pushed in Congress.
On the one hand, this week, we're going to pass aid and resources for Israel. At the same time, the House Armed Services Committee, for example, is negotiating the National Defense Authorization Act. I'm talking to our leadership about ways that we can ensure we don't embolden terrorism around the world, that we aren't providing aid or resources or equipment, lethal or non-lethal, to countries that align with Iran.
40 million people from Ohio to Connecticut remain under the threat of severe weather. On Monday, severe storms from Texas to North Dakota will build up with excessive rain warnings. They'll then move east and threaten damaging winds and flooding from southern Wisconsin to Louisiana. 4 people are in custody in the disappearance of 2 women in Oklahoma. Veronica Butler and Jillian Kelly have been missing now for over 2 weeks after a vehicle they were traveling in was found abandoned in a rural part of Texas County. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The House has voted to pass an amendment to Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, or FISA, which would no longer require a warrant to spy on communications between foreign nationals outside of the United States and U.S. citizens. Kentucky Republican Senator Rand Paul says he remains opposed to it and that House Speaker Mike Johnson should not have voted for it.
Americans shouldn't be spied on by their own government. The Fourth Amendment was put in by our founding fathers to protect us. FISA doesn't obey the Fourth Amendment. And so Speaker Johnson was incredibly wrong. He broke the tie. He voted with the Democrats. Here we have the leader of the Republicans in the House votes with the Democrats against a warrant requirement. We also have Speaker Johnson voting for the spending package, once again with the majority of the Democrats.
That audio courtesy of Fox Business. The majority of Americans have until Monday night at midnight to complete filing their state and federal taxes. Missouri Republican Congressman Jason Smith says that one of the key promises of Bidenomics does not appear to be materializing this year.
His budget does that. His budget raises taxes more than $7 trillion on people making less than $400,000 will also see a tax increase.
Some households may receive a higher tax return this year, although the rate is an adjustment for inflation. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger of...
Let's face it, winter is here. here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, we'll get our final hour underway on a Monday. With open lines at 844-844-3388. The latest I'm able to find is the markets, they say, are very jittery. Yeah, how do the markets respond to Iran's attack on Israel? At least early on this morning, according to Reuters, watching the overseas markets, oil prices fell a bit as market participants kind of dialed back some risk premiums after the weekend attack on Israel caused limited damage. Brent futures for June delivery down 50 cents, $89.95 a barrel. West Texas Intermediate down 52 cents to $85.14 per barrel. Yeah, by now we've all heard Iran's attack involved more than 300 missiles and drones. This was the first attack on Israel from another country in more than 30 years. So obviously concerns about possibly turning into a broader regional conflict, affecting oil traffic throughout the Middle East. Now, Iran called this retaliation for the airstrike on their Damascus consulate. But just moderate damage is what they're describing. Missiles were shot down by the Iron Dome defense system. And all this leading up to the attack over the weekend, that had pretty much been priced into the cost per barrel in the days leading up to it. Now, the fact that the damage was limited, there was no loss of life, they at least believe means Israel's response will be more measured, according to the head of commodity strategy at ING. Warren Patterson said clearly there's still plenty of uncertainty, and it all depends on how Israel now responds. Now, we know as Iran produces over 3 million barrels per day of crude oil, a major producer in OPEC, supply risks include more strictly enforced oil sanctions. Israel's response could involve targeting Iran's energy infrastructure. If there was a significant supply loss, of course, the U.S. Could release further crude from the strategic petroleum reserves. That's not a good idea. OPEC has more than 5 million barrels per day of spare production capacity. If prices were to rally significantly on the back of supply losses, one could imagine that OPEC might look to bring some of that spare capacity back onto the market. OPEC will not want to see prices going too high, given the risk of demand destruction. Now, prices had risen on Friday because the anticipation was Iran would be launching some sort of retaliatory attack. We saw the highest price per barrel since back in October. Analysts were pretty much expecting at least a short-lived rally in prices this morning, but said that more significant, longer-lasting price effects from the escalation would require some sort of a material disruption to supply, constraints on shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. So far, the Israel-Hamas conflict has had little tangible impact on oil supply globally. All right. Obviously, the strike on Iran's embassy in Syria and that retaliation have raised tensions in the Middle East. We don't expect an immediate reaction in crude prices, given that we have spare capacity and an already elevated geopolitical risk premium kind of written in. But here's where things stand now. Israel's response will determine whether the escalation ends or continues. This could still be contained to Israel, Iran, and its proxies, with possible involvement of the U.S. only in an extreme case. Do we see it realistically impacting the oil market? So, now what is not priced into the current market, in our view, is a potential continuation of a direct conflict between Iran and Israel, which we estimate would see oil prices trading up to over $100 per barrel, depending on the nature of the events. That was from a Citibank analyst. So all the analysts chiming in here early this Monday to start the new week. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. Well, hello to Steve in Columbus. Good morning, all the listeners out there. Well, it happened again, he said. The weekend went by way too fast. It was a bit restful. Got a few things done around the house. I think it's time for a break. I think I see some vacation time here in the near future. But as for today, I guess it's time to get everything loaded in and ready to head into town. Let's see what the day brings us. All right, very good. Wheelchair Dave checking in this Monday morning. Tad bit late to the show. Maybe he said sorry. Some late racing news. Grand Prix of Long Beach. See, Kyle Kirkwood of Andretti Racing wins Sunday's Indy race. IMSA Racing Saturday saw Team Roger Penske taking a first and third place. All right, and Philip was hanging on a bit earlier. I guess he had to take care of business. Off to work he goes here on a Monday morning. Let me get to the rest of the story in regards to the Ford recall we shared last week, where some analysts were saying this so-called repair that Ford was talking about was just more or less a Band-Aid kind of fix. It's not really repairing the problem. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration maybe agrees. They're opening an investigation into Ford's recall of more than 42,000 SUVs over concerns of a fuel leak that could lead to an engine fire. The safety regulator said that they're reviewing the adequacy and safety consequences of Ford's proposed recall remedy for their 22 and 23 model year Bronco Sport and 2022 Ford Escape SUVs. All these have the 1.5-liter engines. We shared last week that they issued the new recall for a fuel injector that may crack, leaking fuel, which could cause an underhood fire. They proposed an engine control software update and the installation of a drain. Ford is not proposing to replace the cracked fuel injector. Now, Ford did say Friday they're working with the NHTSA to support the investigation. They said earlier last week they're aware of 5 underhood fires on the 1.5-liter Escape and Bronco SUVs. Part of the recall, no reports of accidents or injuries. But the way it would work, they say, is the software update would detect a pressure drop in the fuel rail, providing a seek service message on your screen, and it would disable the high-pressure fuel pump, which would reduce your engine power output and reduce temperatures of possible ignition sources. Ford told the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration back in late 2022 when they had recalled over 500,000 Ford Escapes and 2021 to 23 model year Bronco Sports for the same issue with the same remedy. All right, so there you go. Looking into it, are they going to be acceptable as far as the fix? It is 844-844-3388. We start the new week off potentially with some weather issues. Yeah, it was a very quiet start to the new week. Had some shower activity and a few rumbles of thunder there in the Northeast, but as we head on through a Monday, things are supposed to get a bit more, especially late Monday afternoon through Monday night through Tuesday night. We could be talking another potential outbreak of severe weather in the heart of the country. We'll break that down more with our traveler's weather coming up on a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, weather update brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions on a Monday morning. Now, we're talking about the same storm that brought some late season rain and snow to California over the weekend. It's going to push out of the Rockies and reorganize, intensifying as the temperatures have been warming dramatically through the Central Plains over the weekend. So what we're going to see is your typical clash of the air masses. The severe thunderstorm risk could be elevated as we start the week. Monday's risk may peak during the nighttime hours in many metro areas across the plains. So we're talking like Monday night through the night into Tuesday night. To make sure you've got your NOAA weather radios powered up and have your smartphone fully charged with your weather alerts enabled. Starting later today, cities smack in the middle for the risk of severe weather. Wichita Falls, Texas, to Oklahoma City and Wichita, Kansas. As the storm and the cold front surge eastward into Tuesday, so will that threat for severe weather, shifting right along with it, spanning from southern Arkansas all the way to the Great Lakes in the upper Midwest. Another round of potentially life-threatening thunderstorms will track across the midsection of the country on Tuesday. Again, hail-damaging winds, a few tornadoes are possible from St. Louis to Chicago to Memphis, Tennessee. So we'll continue to track things. Tuesday night, we could see some minor flooding. We were just talking about planting season's almost here. Could see some field work delays and travel issues in places like Sioux Falls, South Dakota, some of the rural communities. Lots of wind with this storm system. Inside and outside of the storms, a wide swath of 40 to 60 mile per hour winds spanning from eastern Arizona through the Central Plains today. Then a zone of 60 to 80 mile an hour winds in the mountainous terrain and the adjacent high plains of New Mexico and Texas. That's why we have the high wind warnings and red flag advisories in place throughout that region to start the new week. All right, 22 past the hour. I found it quite fascinating how do you trust your government? Do you fully trust them to surely they'd tell us the truth all the time, right? Obviously not. The report from Reuters over the weekend. Imagine working full-time Monday through Friday, then picking up a catering gig on the weekends because you're struggling to make ends meet. If that describes you, then the federal government has something to say to you, which is, congratulations, President Joe Biden created your second job. This scenario effectively summarizes the reality of the Department of Labor's March jobs report that just came out last week. The Biden administration touted 303,000 new jobs were created. But according to Joseph LeBoux, no new full-time jobs were added. Say what? Well, in short, if a little fib advances a preferred narrative, the federal officials will always tell that little fib. The word from the acting Secretary of Labor, Julie Su, here a few days ago was, quote, today, the Bureau of Labor Statistics reported that the American economy added 303,000 jobs in March, and the unemployment rate ticked down to 3.8%. Yeah, the bulk of her statement sounded more like a campaign speech than an analysis of the labor trends. She says, quote, President Biden came into office with a plan to grow our economy from the middle out and the bottom up. Month after month, the jobs reports during the Biden-Harris administration have shown strong progress to realize that vision. A vision where all of America's workers can get a good job and find a solid place in the middle class. Our work is far from over, and we remain focused on creating equitable growth that fuels gains for all of America's working people. In other words, the Biden administration wanted you to believe in a positive jobs report. Well, a deeper dive into that report revealed truly dreadful news. Fewer Americans have full-time jobs, and more of those with full-time jobs are also working part-time jobs to make ends meet. Indeed, citing data from the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, we find that the economy actually shed 6,000 full-time jobs in March. Incredibly, 75% of those 303,000 new jobs actually qualified as second jobs. Thus, according to Luby, the Democrats' good news is just you having to work longer and harder to survive. For that, of course, we thank several years of runaway inflation. Furthermore, government jobs make up nearly 25% of the total jobs added in the month of March. Now, he rightfully referred to those jobs as societal overhead costs. That's true whether you believe heavy regulation is good or bad for society, he says. In other words, wealth must be taken out of the economy to support government. And for that trend, at least, we cannot blame Biden alone. According to the U.S. Census data, 50 years ago, only 5 suburban D.C. counties made the list of the top 50 richest counties or equivalents by median household income. By the year 2020, that figure had more than tripled to 17. In a country where an actual free press, citizens would not tolerate the transformation of Washington, D.C. into a proverbial imperial capital full of wealthy warmongers who fancy themselves as the ruling class. But the establishment media runs cover for the powerful, which means many of us don't learn of these things. Plus, federal officials just tell you what they want you to know. Matter of fact, the March report was not the only recent jobs report in which the numbers did not seem to make any sense. According to one financial expert, the January report of 353,000 jobs created seemed suspicious in light of mass layoffs. Where are all these jobs coming from? Obviously, you got to look at the details, but it does not compute. They just do not add up. And again, it's easier to focus on the lying Biden administration or the lying establishment media. But if ordinary Americans have not yet figured out the extent of those lies, you can only blame yourself. Not long ago, you remember hearing things like 15 days to slow the spread. Remember that? After which, years later, many have not figured out what happened to them in 2020. So if you actually believe that Biden, the old man with the poor memory, managed to create 300,000 new jobs in March, then you might want to take off your mask, forego that 9th booster, and maybe join the real world. There you go. The rest of the story, as they say. We'll get a news break and back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Happy Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Thanks in part to conflict involving Israel and the Middle East, gas prices continue their upward trend. USA's John Schaefer.
AAA is reporting a roughly 20-cent increase per gallon of regular gas over the past month. The national average now standing at $3.63 a gallon. Experts attribute this rise to refinery maintenance and escalating tensions in the Middle East. They do anticipate further increases in gas prices as peak driving season approaches.
Roku has disclosed yet another security breach. On Friday, the company revealed about 576,000 accounts had been compromised. This revelation came to light while Roku was in the process of notifying customers about a prior breach that impacted roughly 15,000 accounts earlier in the year. Roku assured that sensitive data did remain inaccessible. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed-fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me could understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. 4-Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Ah, yes, indeed, with the warmer temperatures, the change of the seasons, all those bikers that had those bikes parked in the garage or stored for the winter months, yeah, they're back out with a vengeance. Watch out for the two-wheelers out there. It's that time of year, folks. All right, hello to Truck and Phil. Hope you had a good weekend. Happy Monday, coffee up. Good morning, Steve, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Look at that, 73 in Fort Wayne. I told you, warming up, right? 71 all the way up in Sterling Heights, Michigan today as we get a new week started. Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights and back again. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. Earlier, I think it was Carl that had asked the question, how much did it cost for Israel's defense systems to intercept that barrage of drones and missiles? Wow, big numbers. I'm kind of surprised how quickly. Thank you to Philip for finding these numbers. Israel's interception of dozens of missiles and drones cost Tel Aviv up to 5 billion shekels, which would be $1.35 billion US dollars, according to media reports on Sunday. The former financial advisor to the Israeli chief of staff saying that the cost of defense last night, as he put it, was estimated between 4 and 5 billion shekels, $1.08 to $1.35 billion. Now, I'm only talking about interception to what the Iranians launched and not injuries that were marginal this time. One Arrow missile used to intercept an Iranian ballistic missile cost $3.5 million. While the cost of one Magic Wand missile is $1 million. In addition to the sorties of aircraft that participated in intercepting the Iranian drones. Earlier Sunday, the Israeli newspaper Haaretz quoted the Army spokesman as saying that about 350 missiles and drones were launched from Iran at Israel, most of which were intercepted. He confirmed that minor damage had occurred at the Nevatim Air Base in Beersheba, while 99% of the threats were intercepted. 25 out of 30 cruise missiles were intercepted, and more than 120 ballistic missiles. Only a few of them penetrated Israeli territory and landed at the airbase. He pointed out that Iran's attempt to destroy the capabilities of the Israeli Air Force has failed. The base continues to operate. He said that in addition to the launches from Iran, missiles and drones were also launched from the territories of Lebanon, Iraq, and Yemen. Yeah, that was, of course, the Saturday night attack against Israel. Okay. While Iran claimed hits on certain military targets, Israel asserted that most of the attacks were thwarted by air defense systems, although a missile did strike a military base in the southern region. So just in a matter of minutes, right? 1.35 billion up in smoke, just like that. Morning, 5-7.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, I've been in and out of signals, so I don't know if you covered this before. Forgive me if I'm crossing back over. Water's already treaded. But, yeah, an Israeli-tied ship in the Strait of Hormuz was taken over by the Iranian Navy. And that would happen this weekend. So, yeah, more and more things are going to happen. I was listening to a former Army general, and he was talking, and he stated, about, you hit Israel, they're going to come back at you. And he said, under Joe Biden, America has been attacked a total of 25 times, and with no reprisals to Iran. And if you remember, one of those was to that in Iraq in the green zone where we have our troops
right
still in Iraq. I believe it injured one soldier, but it just quickly got out of the newsreel, and but no reprisals, just a bunch of squealing like pigs. they've aimed their now that's I guess is Iran itself. And the commentator asked him, well, what would be the best thing to do? And he says plainly, you can take out their navy in one day. It's mostly small boats.
Yeah.
We have the ability to go after them. We can take out their ship. And then you go right into and take out their oil distributor ports. Things like, I've been to Karg Island. It's nothing but a great big oil, where you can put oil on ships. He said you can take them out, and it will stop their income right away, because that's all they've got. They don't have anything but oil. It's putting money on, and they're financing these proxies, the attack on Israel, and one of these days they're going to really hit a warship, and it's going to hit the fans, especially if it does get through and hits a carrier and that actually kills somebody. Then it's going to be all-out war. But he's saying we can do it real quick, but then again, it's the war. But yeah, I was surprised to hear that we haven't done anything with 25 direct attacks from Iran, and we haven't done anything. So it just was shocked to hear that. Sat there, the cost of shooting down those missiles coming in to Israel. You got to look at it this way too. Most of that's American weapons system.
Right,
My granddaughter's out of the Army right now. That was her job, an missile defense system, while she was stationed in Germany. And I'll talk freely now because she's out. She says she'll never go back in the Army unless they drag her back. And of course, I'm not out of the woods yet. I got a step-grandson who just joined the United States Marine Corps. I just can't get a break. But that's what her job was, is the missile defense systems. And guess what? At least we're seeing that the money that we're paying out is paying off. And those same missile defense systems are protecting our American personnel. So at least we know this stuff that we're spending money on is working. And hey, I just didn't get everybody back. You can look up online, type in American bases around the world. All over Africa and all over the places that you just wouldn't expect that we've got bases there. And I'm sorry, it does seem like we are the world's police. And it's coming out of our pockets. But I don't know. We're borrowing money to give it away. So other than that, I'm sitting back, copping the mail, and listening to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. I'm not worried about our government, and as long as I tune in to this show and other conservative shows. When that day comes, we know we've lost. We can't get a hold of people telling the truth. Therefore, other than that, 5-7, we're out.
Cop in the mail, as he likes to say. Well, good morning, Lone Ranger.
Good morning. Well, I don't want to dwell on my health issue because that's my problem and I'm dealing with it, but they gave me a 90% survival rate, so I guess I'm going to be alive for a while, but I'm actually too busy to be sick, so I have to beat it. But the worst thing is the side effects and the pain involved with the chemo treatment. That's the worst. But anyway, let's get to something more important. This thing, I just saw in the news, Biden is blaming Trump for this Iranian attack.
Okay.
And the administration itself is blaming China because China didn't do anything to help make peace in the Middle East. This guy is so off the wall. Now, he put out a threat. They established, the Waterhead staff member established the word don't. We heard don't from every official. They all lined up like sheep and said the same thing. Iran, if you think you're going to attack Israel, don't. Okay. Well, now they did. So what did don't mean? What are the repercussions? So here's the story. You mentioned the cost of these missiles, which is outrageous. When Trump was in office, he put sanctions on Iran that restricted the sale of their oil. And they didn't have enough money for this attack when Trump left. When Biden came in, he lifted those sanctions and also paid $6 billion for the release of 5 hostages. So the end result of the lifting of those sanctions enriched Iran by $100 billion in oil sales since Biden has been. So that's where the money came from for those missiles. It came from the lifting of the sanctions by Joe Biden. So Joe Biden, in a roundabout way, bought the missiles that were fired towards Israel. And for him to come out and blame China, he never, ever takes any blame for anything that goes wrong. It's blame Trump, blame the Republicans, now it's blame China, which kind of surprised me because the amount of money that China gave to the Biden crime family, like tens of billions of dollars, that's how they got away with being the number one polluter. They have 1,200 coal-fired electric plants in China. Number one polluter in the world, never held accountable. COVID originated in China, never held accountable. The spy balloon went completely across our whole country collecting information and didn't get shot down till it went off the South Carolina coast, which it was finished with its mission anyway.
Right.
So apparently China got their money's worth by enriching the Biden family. They can do whatever they want, and there's no accountability. And I know you're short on time, probably have other callers, so I think I'm going to make it, and wish it well to everybody. Take care.
All right. Hey, appreciate the update. Been thinking about you, kind of wondering just how, the chemo, that's, I understand he doesn't want to dwell on it, so yeah, makes you pretty sick. And right about the time you feel like you're almost over that horrible sick feeling, the nausea and all that, then it's time for another round. Wouldn't wish it on anybody. Hell to go through if you can handle it. That's the kicker there. It is 844-844-3388. All right, we'll get a final timeout coming up here. And we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
We recognize one man for a polling career that commanded respect every time Simon says so, and one who outfoxed his competition en route to 6 championships. all as we wrap up another great year with our Pulling Hall of Fame inductions. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The grand finale of every NTPA season since 1980 has been the announcement of inductees into the Pulling Hall of Fame. This year's awards were sponsored by American Awards of Grove City, Ohio, and Weimer Fuel and Turbo of Sandy Lake, Pennsylvania. Our first 2023 inductee is Roger Simon of Farley, Iowa, the 1993, 1997, and 1998 Grand National two-wheel drive truck champion, all with the Simon Says Dodge. Mr. Simon passed in 2020. Accepting on his behalf are his sons Brandon and RJ and teammate Steve Olson.
Dad, he always had the attitude to win, and that's the attitude that he raised me and RJ to do. The only reason I got a diesel is after he passed, because no smokers, stay away from the smokers. So we had to wait a while before we got them, and can't thank everybody in NTPA enough, and my brother for everything he does, and our family, and this is a big honor, and I'm sure he's looking down on us.
My dad I wish he was here. I know he's watching down. He loved pulling. He was always, he had open heart surgery. When he came to, first thing he asked me was, how's my new chassis coming? And it's all he was looking forward to. He loved tractor pulling, truck pulling. He was a two-wheel drive guy. I'm proud to have that four-wheel drive running again. He'd always tell us, boys, work hard, play harder. You might think we're all crazy.
A long time ago, somebody asked Roger, how much does it cost to go pulling? Roger said, I don't know how much it costs. But none of the kids ever got in trouble, so I guess it's priceless.
Our second 2023 inductee is Dennis Horst of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. Mr. Horst won 6 titles in the NTPA's Modified Mini Division over a span of 16 years, all with Red Fox. Mr. Horst officially retired from pulling after 50 years in the sport.
I started pulling in 1973, as you've seen with my dad's wheel horse, at my local county fair in my hometown, Chambersburg. Traveled to a tractor pull in Kinzer, Pennsylvania, where I saw my first mini rod with 2 Corvair engines in it. I had to have one. I was fortunate enough to get good advice from fellow pullers. As we all know, tractor pulling is a family sport. As Keith and I would travel, we had the privilege of staying at these people's homes. I have my family with me here tonight. My wife Tina, sons and daughters, Keith and Aaron, Kelly and Brad, Chris and Ashlyn. Tractor pulling allows you to be an engineer, a welder, a mechanic, a machinist, an engine builder, etc. in creating a vehicle to pull with. Tractor pulling provided me the opportunity to meet and make friends with hundreds of people all over a period of roughly 30 years on the national circuit. I was privileged to have traveled to 30 different states and Canada on the Grand National Circuit. Would I do anything different? No.
For a complete list of all of our 2023 award winners, visit ntpapull.com. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
We saw that following the attack, Iran on Israel over the weekend, the price of gold surpassed the $2,400 per ounce mark. Found a little fascinating piece here. As we were talking with the Sundance Kid there Friday morning, inflation. What is it? Somebody shared a little meme, and she questions, is this true? And it's a photograph of someone holding, I guess is that a troy, a 1 kilogram bar of gold, which says 10 of these would buy you an average home in 1929. That's on one screen. The other screen says 10 of these will buy you an average home in 2024. How's that possible? Yeah, she was having a hard time believing that. Yeah, all right, the bank guy said, yes, in 1929, the price of a troy ounce of gold was $20. There are 32.15 ounces per 1 kilogram bar. So that equals $6,430 for 10 kg of gold. That would have been 1929. Today, an ounce of gold is $2,344 and some change per troy ounce. And it actually jumped over $2,400 over the weekend. Now, that would equate to $753,885 and some change for 10 kilograms of gold. The average home price in the United States, 1929, was $4,902. So yes, 10 kilograms of gold would have gotten you a nice size home. The average home price in the USA today is $412,000. So yes, 10 kilograms of gold would get you a nice size home today as well. It is not that gold has gone up in value. It is that the dollar has lost 99.14% of its purchasing power since 1929 due to the printing and expansion of the currency supply. You know, the printing press, quantitative easing. We just print billions and billions, and I guess now it's trillions of dollars. We just print it up to where it's barely worth the paper that it's printed on. Yeah, property values did not go up by 840+%. Yeah, the dollar lost that much purchasing power over the past 95 years. How about that? To our own demise, I guess you would say. Fascinating. All right, final quick note here. For over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, collector cars, generators, boats, you name it. Motorcycles that are being pulled out as we roll into the springtime, right? Hopefully you had that gas treated with Sta-Bil. Because Sta-Bil will keep that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combat corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Make sure store that engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And as a listener to this program, if you'd like to order online, that would be simply going to goldeagle.com, place your order, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout, and you'll save 15% off your entire order. Have a great Monday. Thank you so much for being with us. See you back at the midnight hour Eastern tonight. We'll do it again right here.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but